And a very pleasant good evening, baseball fans, and welcome to our first edition of Klamath Falls Falcons baseball here in the summer of 2024. Opening the season, the friendly confines of historic and beautiful Kiger Stadium in Klamath Falls. Glad to be with you. My name is Josh Eldridge. We get ready for a doubleheader tonight between your Klamath Falls Falcons and the Eugene Challengers. Klamath Falls getting their first taste of Area 4 League play tonight, 5-7 overall on the season. The Eugene Challengers 5-1 in Area 4 League play, 16-5 overall on the season. Just coming back from a trip to Omaha, or the Challengers got back to the friendly state of Oregon just a couple of nights ago, and now here in Klamath Falls at Kiger Stadium. Coming up in just a few minutes, we'll take a deeper look at the Area 4 League standings, where all of the teams shape up. The Falcons, as a matter of fact, the last team to start league play this season. So we'll take a look at all of that, and of course the upcoming schedule for the Falcons as they've got to take a trip to Medford quickly after tonight's games are concluded. All of that and more, plus a great doubleheader ahead. Glad to be with you tonight on mybasin.com and 104.3 and 960 Sports. More baseball lays ahead. Keep it here.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
the pace and reach of social media,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals
that is second to none.
We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Comfortable and not corporate. At Klamath Falls Subaru, we built our business on that simple promise. Well, that and some of the best people you're ever going to meet. Hi, I'm Rob Cedar, General Manager at Klamath Falls Subaru. Our 62 employees make it easy for us to live up to our
And we welcome you back to Kiger Stadium for Falcons baseball tonight on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. The Falcons kicking off Area 4 League play at home against the Eugene Challengers. Let's take a look at what we've missed from the Falcons so far in the season. Again, They're 5-7 right now. They started out their year with an 11-1 loss. That was June 4th against Medford. Shortly thereafter, though, they turned things around against Medford, beat them on the 6th, 9-3. They hosted the Grants Pass Nuggets, beat them 9-6. Then Klamath Falls, they spent Father's Day weekend in Roseburg at the annual Father's Day tournament hosted by the Doc Stewarts. They lost 2 games, Mid-Valley 5-2. They lost to Corvallis 6-4. And they turned around and beat the Salem Dodgers in back-to-back games to finish their placement at that tournament. They beat Salem 10-2 and 12-0. After 5 games away, Klamath Falls returned home on the 20th to beat Grants Pass 9-4. Then last weekend, they hosted quite a few ball games here at Kiger. They played Gunderson Academy, kind of an instructional team out of the Portland area. They lost a doubleheader to Gunderson, 15-11, then 11-2. That was on the 22nd, back on Saturday. Then on Sunday, they played Gunderson again, lost 1-0. That one run was unearned, so Falcons hanging tough in that one. Then turned around, suffered another one-run loss to Hillsdale. That was a 3-2 loss. So right now, Falcons on a 4-game skid heading into Area 4 League play against Eugene, who has done, well, quite the opposite this season. 16-5 overall. They are 5-1 in conference play. Eugene, before they headed out to Omaha for their tournament, they had won, 6, 7, 8 straight before then. A couple against Post 58, a couple against Redmond. They swept Redmond, another team in our league, earlier this year, 10-5 and 10-4. A couple of wins there. 4-1, 6-5 as well before playing their single A team before hitting the road. Beat the Ole Athletics 12-2. Take a look now at the full Area 4 League standings as we've got them. This was as of yesterday. No games were played yesterday, so these standings still up to date. Medford tops Area 4 right now with a 4-0 league record, 16-3, and a couple of ties for the Mustangs as well. They're in first place in the league right now, followed by Eugene, who's 5-1, 16-5 as we've discussed. Roseburg is third in the league, 1-1 in conference play. Each of those games split against Eugene. They are 6-7 and 1 tie for the Doc Stewarts. Klamath Falls, again, the only team yet to start Area 4 league play. They are 5-7 overall on the season. Redmond quickly behind them, 0-4 in league play. They are 8-4 overall, though, so not having much luck in conference play, but the Sunwest Generals looking to make a move in their first season in Area 4, followed by the Grants Pass Nuggets, who have struggled 0-14 on the season, 0-4 in league play. There you have it, our Area 4 standings as they are right now. Let's take a look at what's on the schedule next for the Klamath Falls Falcons after today's matchup doubleheader against Eugene. Klamath Falls heads to Medford for the annual Coach K tournament. They kick things off tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. against the Grants Pass Nuggets, followed by another game later in the afternoon, 1 o'clock against Chico. They'll play Fairfield, then Reno, then Roseburg to close out the tournament before returning to Area 4 play on Monday when they visit the Eugene Challengers, turn around to finish that 4-game set in Area 4 league play. Last year, Klamath Falls was one of only 2 teams to beat the Challengers in Area 4 league play, a team that wound out as state runners-up. They were state champions in 2021. This Challengers team is well coached by Mr. Kenny Niles. We'll talk about him a little bit later on in the broadcast as Coach Niles and head coach Pete Whistler of the Klamath Falls Falcons look to be about ready to meet at home plate, exchange lineup cards. When we come back, we'll share you the lineup cards for each team as we get ready for Area 4 league play. Klamath Falls Falcons continues next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Comfortable and not corporate. At Klamath Subaru, we built our business on that simple promise. Well, that and some of the best people you're ever going to meet. Hi, I'm Rob Cedar, General Manager at Klamath Subaru. Our 62 employees make it easy for us to live up to our comfortable, not corporate philosophy. Friendly faces, easy answers, straight talk, fairness, and exceptional service. These are the things you expect. These are the things that all of our people deliver. Our management team, sales pros, certified service and body shop techs, lot attendants, and detail experts are all 100% focused on you. Local people putting their friends and neighbors first. At Klamath Subaru, that's the only way we do business. It's comfortable, not supporting local charities and events through the Subaru Love Promise. That's the kind of people they are. We're very proud of them. They're your friends, they're your neighbors, they're glad to know you, and they want you to be glad to know them too. I'm Rob, and this is what makes us comfortable, not corporate.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So turn here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
And we welcome you back to Falcons Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports, HD video on mybasin.com. So glad that you could be with us either way tonight, or if you're on your way to Kiger Stadium. They've, of course, got their great concession stand open tonight. I hear they've got pulled pork sandwiches and potato salad along with their delicious burgers, dogs, fries, all the great things here at Kiger Stadium. So hope you can come out, even if not for the first game, maybe make some time for the second one tonight. Of course, we are featuring doubleheader action between the Challengers and the Falcons, kicking off Area 4 league play. Want to make one more note about Area 4. One more set of games going on this evening in Roseburg at Legion Field. The Grants Pass Nuggets visiting the Doc Stewart. See if we can keep you updated on scores going on around the league tonight as we kick off conference play. And it looks like we're about ready to meet the starting lineups, and we'll do it for both teams. And let's start with the Eugene Challengers. Leading off, the second baseman, Easton McDonald. Batting second, the shortstop, Brock Johnson. Batting third, the center fielder, Peyton Tyner. Eli Christ bats fourth and is at first base. Aiden Hazen is the designated hitter, batting fifth, followed by Caden Richardson, the left fielder, batting sixth. Hitting seventh is Aiden Hibbler, the catcher. Batting eighth is Jalen Riddle at third base. And rounding out the order for the Challengers in right field is Kyle Miller. The Challengers are coached by Coach Ken Niles, assisted by John Goldegger, Scott Johnson, and Jackson Frazier. Now, let's meet the starting lineup for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Leading off at third base, it is Max Price. Batting second at second base is Connor Shively. Mark Carpenter bats third and is getting the start on the hill for the Falcons. Marcos Uloa Ford bats fourth and is starting at shortstop. Batting fifth at first base is P.J. Safford. The left fielder Colin Tacchini bats sixth. Lane Frank is batting seventh in right field, followed by Jacoby Tacchini, the catcher, batting eighth. Ryan Douglas rounds out the squad in center field for Coach Pete Whistler. He's assisted by Craig Connor and Sean Teeters. Eugene Challengers this evening wearing their powder blue from head to toe, caps, jerseys, pants, love the look, white numbers and letters, say Challengers in cursive across their chest with red trim. The Falcons tonight wearing their blue jerseys and gray pants. Falcons written in kind of curvy font across their chest with white trim. They've got gray caps on with blue bills. The red K, the new logo for the Klamath Falls Falcons this season. As the public address announcer here at Kiger Stadium, Mike Safford, rattles off the remaining starters for the Falcons. We'll take one more break on our pregame show. When we come back, we'll be ready for first pitch and probably the tail end of the national anthem as well. The Falcons ready to kick off Area 4 League play in just a couple of minutes against the Eugene Challengers. We'll be back on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals
that is second to none.
We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
The end of the Star-Spangled Banner means we are ready to play ball from Kiger Stadium in Klamath Falls. Here in the press box, our vantage point looking to dead center field at southeast. It is 5:05 right now, a little bit late getting ready for first pitch, but a beautiful night for baseball. Couldn't ask for a better one. The wind slightly blowing. 74 degrees right now, and cooling down tonight should be by about 60 by the time our two games conclude this evening. So glad that you could be with us for our opening broadcast of the season. We'll be with you for every Area 4 League play contest this year, all 20 games plus playoffs should the Falcons survive this tough Area 4 League slate. As they take the field, Mark Carpenter on the hill for the Falcons, taking a look at the season for him on the mound. This will be his his fifth start, his sixth overall appearance on the season. He is 1-1 with an ERA of 1.61. Mark Carpenter was the 4A Player of the Year and Pitcher of the Year in the Skyline Conference, first teamer in both respects, and looking to help his team to victory today against a potent Challengers offense. Up and down their lineup, you've got all-state selections from all the area high schools in Eugene. Of course, Thurston, who was state champs this season for back-to-back years, also won in 2022. couple of familiar foes for Basin baseball fans. Henley played North Bend and Marist. We've got teams or kids from both of those teams on the Challengers roster tonight. Both different results, though. We'll get to that a bit later on in the broadcast. Pleasant Hill's got a couple of players, as well as North Eugene, South Eugene as well. Klamath Falls hailing players from Henley, Mazama, Klamath Union, Lakeview as well. Colin Takini, the lone honker on the team, and Chase Connect from Cross Point Christian as well. He played for Klamath Union, though, during the season for their co-op that they run with the Warriors and the Pelicans. Connect, we may see him on the hill in tonight's contest as well. Again, a doubleheader. If you plan on sticking around for both games, you don't have to go anywhere because we've got everything on the link. Your home for Falcons everything is mybasin.com/Falcons. Klamath Falls looking to right the ship tonight after a 4-game skid at home. And what a way to do it than against the Eugene Challengers. Now, if you look at Challengers last year on their way to a state runner-up appearance, 50-8 overall. Klamath Falls was one of only 2 teams in the league to take a win away from the Challengers. They were 1-3 last year against Eugene, and their one win coming up north at Sweet Johnson Stadium. The Challengers got the best of the Falcons here at home at Kiger, hoping for different results here tonight as we look just about ready for first pitch this evening. Stepping into the box, Easton McDonald for the Challengers. McDonald, one of the kids from Thurston High School, as a matter of fact, graduated last year, so was only a part of the state championship in the first season that Thurston had won. First pitch in there at 5:08. Carpenter with the second pitch. It's rattled into left field. Line drive, a single, and a leadoff base runner. And a hit for the Challengers is how we get things started this evening. This brings up the shortstop, Brock Johnson, now for the Challengers after the leadoff single. Johnson this season for the Challengers leads them in hits, 22 hits on the season, showing bunt. Lays one down in front of Carpenter. He goes to 2, but the throw is high. It takes Shively off the bag. And that's going to mean everybody is safe on that play. Going in the book as an error, so a base hit and an error is how we are getting started. A runner already in scoring position now for Peyton Tyner. Tyner batting .250 this season. Has done damage here in the Basin lately as Carpenter comes set for the first pitch to Tyner. Here's a pitch. That one's in the dirt. Knocked down by the catcher, Takini. Other half of the battery for the Falcons. Jacoby Takini behind the plate. An incoming freshman to Henley High School, the youngest player on the Falcons, getting the start behind the dish. It's a 1-0 count to Tyner as Carpenter set to deliver the pitch. Kicks and fires, fouled off. The count now 1-1. Henley baseball fans might reluctantly remember Peyton Tyner from the state semifinal game. Tyner for Marist hit a 3-run home run in the top of the 7th inning to tie the game at the time. A game that Marist would eventually win en route to their first state championship appearance since 1983. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Tyner. As Carpenter delivers, Tyner tries to lay down a bunt but pops it foul. Count moves now to a ball and 2 strikes. Runners at first and second for the Challengers. McDonald, there aboard on a single, was advanced on the E1 that allowed Johnson to reach base. Carpenter gathers the sign from Takini and comes set. Here's the pitch. Fastball high. Evens us at 2 apiece. Go around the diamond for you for the Falcons after this 2-2 pitch. Carpenter set. The righty delivers, and it's fouled off, so we'll do it again, 2-2. Mentioned Jacoby Takini, the catcher for the Falcons. Mark Carpenter on the mound. Max Price starts at third. Marcos Ulloa forward at shortstop with Connor Shively at second base and P.J. Safford at first. We'll get you the outfield after this 2-2 try again for Carpenter. Carpenter checks the runner at second, now delivers home, swung on and missed, and down goes Tyner for the first out of the ball game. Big strikeout to get there for Carpenter, and it'll bring up Eli Christ. In the outfield for the Falcons, in left, it's Colin Takini, Ryan Douglas in center, and Lane Frank in right. Eli Christ batting now for the Challengers, batting .242 on the season, leads his team in doubles. He's got 6 this year. Double steal on for the Challengers, strike taken on the outside, but no throw down by Takini. Now 2 runners in scoring position for the Challengers as McDonald advances to third, Johnson to second. This season, 18 RBIs for Christ. He also leads the team in that metric. Here he is in an 0-1 count. The pitch is a bouncing ball. Will get into right field. 1 run will score. They're sending Johnson around to score as well, and a 2 RBI single for Eli Christ gives him RBI number 20 on the season and a 2-0 lead for the team from Eugene. So this brings up Aiden Hazen. Hazen this year batting .333. Got the start as the DH tonight for the Challengers. Bats with 1 away and a runner aboard at first. First pitch, a fastball on the inner third, called a strike. Carpenter ahead 0-1. After Hazen in the order, it's Caden Richardson, the left fielder, waiting on deck for the Challengers. Carpenter steps off and looks Christ back to first. Carpenter now set with the 0-1 pitch and delivers. It's fouled off. Count moves to 0-2. Carpenter, pitcher of the year in the Skyline Conference, works with a hard fastball, pulls the string with the changeup, and has a hammer of a curveball as well. Carpenter mixes in, as far as I can tell, a slider from time to time. Sometimes it's difficult to tell the difference between the curve and the slider for Carpenter because they look so similar coming out of the hand. Right now set with the 0-2. And the pitch from Carpenter is going to sail high and a bit in. A ball and 2 strikes. Now the count to Hazen. Hazen leads his team in on-base percentage, .617 this year, but that time goes down swinging. Carpenter with the off-speed pitch sent down Hazen. Now 2 away in the top of the first, and Caden Richardson to bat. Richardson, starting left fielder tonight, batting .241 for the Challengers. 7 hits on the season, all of them singles for Richardson. Carpenter set, and the pitch. Hard grounder foul down the first base line in front of the Challengers dugout. After Richardson in the order is Aiden Hibbler. 2-0 Challengers here in the top of the first inning. Couple of runs home off the bat of Eli Christ. Carpenter looking to escape with just those 2 runs. Hard grounder down the third baseline this time, but foul again for Richardson. Now an 0-2 count to the Challengers left fielder. Outfield shaded a little bit towards the left for the right-handed hitting Richardson. Infield playing straight up with 2 away in the inning and an 0-2 count to Richardson. Carpenter set, working from the stretch, kicks and fires. And checks his swing, but the fastball sails high, called a ball. Carpenter has been trying to put guys away with that high fastball in an 0-2 count here early. Worked quite a bit in the prep season for Carpenter, but meeting a bit of resistance from the challengers here in the first inning. Here's the 1-2. Step off, move to first. It's just looking him back there. Fly ball to right field, shallow right, playable. Looks like Connor Shively, the second baseman, going to call off Frank for the out, and that will end the inning. 2 runs on 2 hits for the Challengers, 1 left stranded. We go to the bottom half of the first with Eugene up 2-0. This is Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place home. And then I heard your voice. I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Getting ready in the bottom of the first inning, the Falcons trailing the Eugene Challengers 2-0. On the mound for Eugene, lefty Colin Hernandez. Taking just a quick look at his season so far. This will be his 4th start, his 6th appearance overall on the season. Hernandez is 1-1. He also has a save. Hernandez, an ERA of 2.0, 2 runs per 9 innings even for Hernandez. From Thurston High School, Hernandez, an incoming senior to Thurston. Hernandez, part of the first team All-State for 5A. Joined by another Thurston teammate, Grady Saunders, listed on the roster for the Challengers, but couldn't make the trip, it seems, today. So Hernandez the start, but still first team All-State out of 5A for a team that finished runner-up in the prep season. See how the Falcons fare against the lefty. Leading off for the Falcons will be Max Price, then Connor Shively, then Mark Carpenter. Down the first base line for the Falcons, Pete Whistler. In the third base coaching box, Mr. Sean Teeters. And the other half of the battery for the Challengers is Aiden Hibbler. Taking a look at Max Price on the season as he gets ready to lead things off for the Falcons. Batting .444 at the top of the order for Klamath Falls. On base percentage of .464. Trying to get the rally started and answer the call as the Challengers put up a 2-spot on Klamath Falls in the top half of this inning. First pitch outside to the right-handed hitting Price, called a strike. 0-1. Set now is Hernandez. 0-1 pitch. That one does miss outside. A ball and a strike. Hernandez, the lefty, seems mostly to already be working out of the stretch. Some guys comfortable like that don't have a full wind-up motion as he fires in a pitch down and in. And Price ahead in the count now, 2-1. Two-one to Price. Line drive into left field, and that's going to get down and be extra bases. Rounding first and headed for second is Price, and he will get in there standing. A leadoff double for Max. That is his first extra base hit of the season, and what a time to get it. Your team needs base runners here in the bottom of the first inning. And this brings up Connor Shively. Shively, second team All-State in the 4A classification, first team All-Skyline Conference. Shively, class of 2026 at Henley High School. The lefty getting his first look at Hernandez in this game. Here's the pitch to Shively, and as a matter of fact, it's going to be a step-off move to second. The throw high, but back safely is Price, and able to corral it was the shortstop, Johnson. At third base, Jalen Riddle for the Challengers, Brock Johnson at short, Easton McDonald at second, and Eli Christ at first. We'll get you the outfield after this. Hernandez set and delivers to Shively. Fastball misses outside. Count 1-0. In left field for the Challengers, it's Caden Richardson, Peyton Tyner in center, and Kyle Miller in right field for Eugene tonight. Your starting defense for the Challengers. A 1-0 count to Shively. And Hernandez comes set, looking down the runner Price. A significant lead off of second. Line drive past the glove of the second baseman McDonald into center field. Max Price rounding third, headed for home. The throw is up the third base line, and Max Price scores an RBI single for Shively, and the score now 2-1. This brings up Mark Carpenter, second leading hitter for the Falcons, batting .419 this year. He leads his team in triples. He's got 4 this season, tied for the lead in home runs at 1. Himself and Marcos Ulloa Ford, who waits on deck, the only Falcons to go deep this season. Riddle, the third baseman for the Challengers, in a few steps, protecting bunt, now backs up to the edge of the grass. First pitch to Carpenter, taken low, 1-0. Nobody out, 1 run home for the Falcons, and a runner at first. It's Connor Shively, who knocked in the run just a moment ago. We've got a timeout on the field as the second baseman McDonald. Got to keep the shoes tied. And we're ready for baseball. Hernandez set with the 1-0, and a move over to first. Diving back safely is Shively. A little bit different watching a lefty make a move over to first than a right-hander, able to keep that knee at 90 degrees and make a move or deliver home if he chooses. So the Falcons base runners, especially at first base, going to have to be on their toes tonight. The 1-1 graces the outer third. Pardon me, the 1-0 makes it 1-1. Outfield playing deep for Carpenter, the 4A player of the year. Hoping to help out his own cause as Hernandez steps off again to look Shively back to first. Shively only a couple of steps towards the bag and now takes his lead again. It's about 3 or 4 steps off the first base bag. Now the pitch home to Carpenter, fouled off. And the count moves now to a ball and 2 strikes to Carpenter. 12 of his 18 hits this season have been singles. That's all the Falcons are looking for right now. Couple of base runners down by 1 in the bottom of the first, just looking to get the lead back. Or for the first time in this ball game, Carpenter pokes one into right field, gets down, rounding second, headed for third is Shively. The ball booted in right by Miller. So Shively going to get to third uncontested. Carpenter stays at first, runners at the corners, nobody out for Marcos Ulloa Ford. Ulloa Ford to step into the right-handed batter's box. Ulloa Ford batting .296 this season, a great RBI opportunity with a runner in scoring position. He's got 9 RBI this season as he takes strike 1. Aboard at third is Shively. Carpenter reaching first a moment ago on a single to right field. Carpenter traditionally a pull hitter, but a good job of keeping the hands back and just poking something into right field for the base hit. Ulloa Ford fouls off the 0-1 pitch. It makes it 0-2. On deck after Marcos is P.J. Safford. Big gap on the right side of the infield with Christ holding the runner as Marcos swings through the pitch on the 0-2 and goes down for the first out of the ball game. One away, or of this inning rather, for P.J. Safford. Safford this season for the Falcons, not the season he would have hoped for so far, batting .161 on the season. But an all-conference player for Klamath Union. Incoming junior for the Pelicans, and Klamath Union has had a few seasons where their record has improved, and Safford certainly a part of that. Plays just about everywhere in the field for the Falcons. A move over to first, but taking off is Carpenter. Now caught in a rundown, gets around the shortstop safe, now breaking from third is Shively. And a miscue on the rundown for the Challengers allows the Falcons to tie us up at 2. Fantastic base running dialed up by the third base coach, Sean Teeters. As a coach for Henley, that was something that the Hornets were great at in the prep season. Now Coach Niles coming out to argue that Carpenter might have gotten out of the base path in running to second as he dodged the tag as Johnson tried to apply it to him. In the meantime, Shively scored in the madness out at second base. We'll see if all this stands. As Coach Niles still out there having a conversation about this. Didn't look like anything to me other than Carpenter dodged the tag. We'll see. There's a move over to first base by Hernandez. As the leg came up, Carpenter broke for second. Still made the throw to first. Then Mark was in a rundown for a brief moment before, again, dodging the tag and winding up safe at second. What we do know is it'll be a 1-0 count to Safford at the plate. And Coach Niles still making his case out there that he was out of the base path. Now the umpire is having a conversation about it. Carpenter has found his way to Coach Teeters at third. I'd be curious if they overturned it, and I'm certain if they would, we'd see Pete Whistler out of the dugout in no time. Well, he's actually already out of the dugout down the first baseline. Let's see. Nope, Carpenter's going to head back to second. He's safe. Coach Niles backpedaling to the dugout, still getting his 2 or 3 or 4 cents in. And finally heading back to the dugout. So we've got it all sorted. It'll be a runner at second, a 1-0 count to Safford, and 2 runs home in the inning already for the Falcons, tied up at 2 in the bottom of the first inning. So we are back ready for baseball. Hernandez looking in, gathering the sign from Hibbler, sets up outside, and the pitch. That one looked low. It was over the plate, but below the knees of P.J. Safford. A 2-0 count. After Safford in the Falcons' order, it's Colin Tacchini. Set is Hernandez. Looks at Carpenter at second and delivers home. Safford takes another pitch low. That one bouncing to the plate. Ahead in the count now 3-0. Safford, although he hasn't hit the ball the way he's wanted to, he's got a good understanding of the strike zone. Third on the team in walks, now in a 3-0 count. Here's the pitch. That one misses in, and Safford aboard on a 4-pitch walk. Runners at first and second now for Colin Tacchini. And we're going to have a meeting on the mound for the Challengers. And it looks like we're going to have a meeting on the hill, their head coach John Goldegger, and as well as a meeting behind first base as Coach Niles brings the infield together ahead of this at-bat against Colin Tacchini. We want to remind you that tonight's broadcast on mybasin.com is brought to you by Les Schwab Tires. Having the right set of tires and wheels on your vehicle is just part of an essential safety checklist. That's why Les Schwab does more than install just tires and wheels. Come on in for a free pre-trip safety check, and they're going to make sure that everything is in working order at Les Schwab Tires. Whether you're traveling for 4th of July weekend or you're making a trip to Medford with the Falcons or following them for Area 4 League play, check out Les Schwab Tires. They've been doing the right thing since 1952. All right, everybody's back to their positions. Middle infield for Eugene, prepared for a double play as Colin Tacchini steps in. Takini batting 188 this season. And starting in left tonight for the Falcons. First move over to second, but back in is Carpenter. Been very worried on the base paths, and for this Falcons team, you've got to be. A good base running team for the most part are these Falcons. They won't often make mistakes out there. Pitch right down Main Street for Takini, takes it for strike one. After Takini in the Falcons order, it's Lane Frank. Tied up at 2 in the bottom of the first inning between the Challengers and the Falcons to begin Area 4 League play. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Flared out, shallow right field, and that is going to be caught by the second baseman, McDonald. And the throw to try to get Safford on the tag is errant. Now breaking from second to third is Carpenter, and he's in safely. So it'll be 2 outs and runners at the corners for Lane Frank. An error on the play will be charged to McDonald even after the fantastic catch in shallow right field. But made an errant throw trying to get Safford, who got a bit overzealous on the base paths and bailed out, frankly, by McDonald. Falcons get a second chance to maybe take the lead this inning with Lane Frank to bat. Pitch in the dirt, breaking off for second is P.J. Safford, and he is tagged out trying to advance to second on the ball in the dirt, and that will end the inning. 2 runs for the Falcons on 3 base hits. They leave 1 runner stranded, and we are tied up at 2 as we head to the top of the second inning. This is Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports with free video on mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and little league teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Welcome you back to Kiger Stadium. Top of the second inning and tied up at 2 between the Falcons and the Challengers. It's a wild inning on the base paths for the Falcons in the bottom half of the first. It Mark Carpenter, who got stranded at third, advancing and helping a run score on the base paths. P.J. Safford got bailed out and then would try to advance on a ball in the dirt, but was thrown out to end the inning. But the Falcons got the 2 runs they needed to even things back up. Now Carpenter looking to lock in against the bottom third of the Challengers' order. 7, 8, 9 due up, and it'll be the catcher Aiden Hibbler to lead things off for Eugene. Hibbler this season for the Challengers, batting .385, although a smaller sample size than a number of his teammates, that is good enough to lead his team in average. First pitch outside for a ball, 1-0. And another one misses outside, 2-0 to Hibbler. Hibbler from North Eugene High School. Be an incoming sophomore. He's the youngest Challenger. As the 2-0 pitch finds the outer third, 2-1. One of 3 players from North Eugene High School, which is where we'll be on Monday at Swede Johnson Stadium. Now the count 2-2 after Hibbler comes up empty on the swing. Carpenter from the windup. Here's the pitch. And it is fisted out behind second base. Shively got a glove on it, but couldn't make the catch. It's a tough ball for him to get to. And reaching first is Hibbler. That'll go in the books as a base hit. As Shively had to lay out for it, got a piece of the ball with his leather, but just couldn't squeeze it. And a leadoff single for Hibbler. Jalen Riddle to bat now for the Challengers. Riddle starting at third base today for Eugene, showing bunt, pulls back, but called a strike. The count 0-1. Riddle from North Bend High School. The only player from the Bulldogs. Another move over to first for Carpenter, but back safely is Riddle. Riddle making a return trip to the basin. When he did it with North Bend, his team lost to the Henley Hornets in the quarterfinal of the state tournament this past season. The 0-1 pitch hit in the air towards right, pretty much directly at Lane Frank. Hardly had to move to put away the first out here in the top of the second inning. That'll bring up Kyle Miller. Miller, a recent graduate of Thurston High School. Again, 5A runner-ups 5A champions this season, 5A champions last season as well. This year for the Challengers, Miller hitting .205 in the 9-hole in the order, taking a pitch low there, 1-0. Aboard at first is Hibbler, reached on a single to lead off this inning. On deck, back to the top of the order for Easton McDonald and the Challengers. Carpenter set with the 1-0 and the pitch. Ground ball towards second. Eats up Shively. He's going to go to one for the sure thing, and he'll get Miller at first. Advancing to second is Hibbler. Shively an opportunity to turn two there, but the bounce hit off the heel of his glove and ended up just having to take the out at first. So now runner in scoring position for the Challengers. 2 away for Easton McDonald. 1 for 1 today is McDonald. He singled and came around to score in the top of the first inning. Carpenter looks in, gathers the sign from Tacchini, and steps off. Carpenter, I think, might have just been a bit too relaxed up there and not in the position he wanted to be. Now steps back on. Notable leadoff a second for Hibbler. Carpenter looks him back and delivers home. First pitch sails high, 1-0. After McDonald in the order, Brock Johnson hoping for an opportunity to hit this inning. Carpenter looking to shut things down and get his bats back up in the bottom half of the inning. Here's the 1-0. Check swing, but again a high fastball misses the zone. A 2-0 count to McDonald. Easton McDonald this season batting .283. Carpenter set with the 2-0. Kicks and fires, and swung on and missed on the fastball. About letter high on the outside, and swinging a miss for McDonald makes the count 2-1. Tied up at 2 in the top of the second inning to start Area 4 league play for the Falcons. First of a doubleheader tonight from Kiger Stadium. Carpenter set with the 2-1 and the pitch. It's fouled off. Count moves now to 2-2. That looked like it caught McDonald in the ankle or the foot. He's got that shin guard, so I think he'll be all right. Walking it off for a moment. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and a runner on second base in a 2-2 ball game in the top of the second inning. Carpenter toes the rubber. Tacchini gathering the sign from the dugout, delivers it to Carpenter. Mark set on the mound and delivers. Fouled it off again. Did McDonald staying alive in this at-bat? Count remains 2-2. Hibbler standing at second, reached on the single and advanced on a ground ball hit by Miller in the previous at-bat. That's how he's in scoring position. Carpenter ready with the 2-2 pitch. Here it is. Two-seamer misses outside. Running away from the left-handed batting McDonald. A good job to lay off of that pitch and run the count full now, 3-2. Challengers with their caps off in the dugout, shaking them. Probably a tradition in a 3-2 count for Eugene. And I think timeout called at the plate, either by McDonald or our home plate umpire. Regardless, it looks like we're about ready to resume in a full count. Big pitch on the way for Carpenter. You'd love to get out of this inning without allowing a run to come across, and he does just that. Swing and a miss, sends down McDonald. And in the inning for the Challengers, one base hit, one runner left, no runs for Eugene as we go to the bottom half of the second, tied at 2. This is Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So third year.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
Bottom of the second ahead, and the bottom of the Falcons order due up as we are in a tie ball game 2-2 between the Challengers and the Falcons. Lane Frank, Jacoby Tacchini, and Ryan Douglas to try to get the rally started. Colin Hernandez still on the bump for the Challengers and hoping to get deep into this one. Falcons hoping to have something to say about it. In the first inning, they led things off with a double and back-to-back base hits to plate a run. Then some chaos on the base paths allowed another run to score for the Falcons, and that's how we've got our 2 runs for Klamath Falls. Now, Lane Frank getting ready to step into the box. Lane Frank, a recent graduate of Henley High School. Frank this season towards the bottom, his team in batting average this year, a sub 100 average in the order, .062 in 16 at-bats, just one base hit for Frank, and now down in the count 0-1. Here's the pitch. Offered up at and missed. Swung at the pitch outside, 0-2. Quickly down in the count. On deck again, Jacoby Tacchini. Here's the pitch to Frank. Checks his swing on the outside fastball. Held up in time. And a 1-2 count now to Lane. Part of the state championship winning Henley football team as well. Here's the 1-2. Line drive foul down the third base side. Frank stays alive. A ball and 2 strikes. Frank also playing basketball at Henley High School. Team that made the quarterfinals, and of course the Henley baseball team who made the semifinals this year. 1-2 pitch, swung on and missed. Frank chases the high fastball, goes down on strikes for the first out in the second, and that will bring up Jacoby Tacchini. Second strikeout of the day for Hernandez. Jacoby Tacchini hitting .179 this season. Falcons have been a very top-heavy team this season in terms of batting average. We've got a handful of these guys in the starting lineup hitting sub 200, but as a team, hitting .253 are the Falcons. It's a 1-0 count To Takini. The pitch will miss inside. And now 2-0 to Takini. On deck is Ryan Douglas. Takini will begin his high school career at Henley High School in the fall. Just finished his 8th grade year, the youngest Falcon. And this team of Falcons, very young. As a matter of fact, by my count, Falcons only have 2 players who have graduated high school. Now, the Challengers in a similar spot as they've got about 5 or 6 of them, and a 3-1 count now to Takini. The 3-1, line drive back up the middle, gloved by Johnson, spins around, throws to first. What a play by Johnson. As he played it on a hop, spun around behind second base, and got the throw off in time for the second out. That'll bring up Ryan Douglas. Douglas this season for the Falcons hitting .259. Douglas, another product of Henley High School. Takes a pitch low, maybe a bit outside as well. 1-0 to Douglas. Swings and misses at a high fastball, probably out of the zone. A ball and a strike to Douglas. Douglas went 4 consecutive games without a base hit before finally breaking out of the slump against Hillsdale on Sunday, where he turned in a 1-for-1 performance. Now behind in the count, a ball and 2 strikes. With Max Price waiting on deck, Douglas takes a pitch outside, evens the count at 2 apiece. Bottom of the second inning, the team's tied at 2 in the first of a doubleheader this evening from Kiger Stadium. Here's the 2-2. Swung on and missed by Douglas, and he goes down to end the inning. No runs, no hits, no runners left for the Falcons as we go to the top of the third inning, tied up at 2. This is Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals
that is second to none.
We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool. On the field. Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah!
Be great.
Participate!
Getting ready for the top of the third inning, tied up at 2 between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the Eugene Challengers. Our first broadcast of the 2024 season. The Falcons begin Area 4 League play tonight. If you're here in town, so glad that you could be with us, but encourage you to come on out to Kiger Stadium. Enjoy the fun, enjoy the concession stand, enjoy the baseball. It's a beautiful night for it here at Kiger Stadium. The dimensions 325 down either line, 350 to left and right center, and 385 to dead center field. Leading things off for the Challengers in the third, Brock Johnson, then Peyton Tyner, then Eli Christ. That's 2, 3, 4 in the Challengers' order, with Carpenter still on the mound for the Falcons. First pitch to Johnson fouled off. The count now 0-1. Early in the season, Falcons pitchers haven't really been able to work deeply into ball games. For Carpenter, his 5 other appearances have amounted to 13 innings pitched. He started out by pitching 1 inning to Medford, then 2 to Grants Pass. His longest appearance of the season came after, when he pitched 5 innings against the Salem Dodgers, pitched 2 innings against Grants Pass, and then on Sunday pitched 3 innings as well against Gunderson. Here into his third inning of work, the 2-1 pitch to Johnson misses in the dirt. Now a 3-1 count to the shortstop from Eugene. Johnson bats .324 this season, gets on base to a .429 clip. Here's the 3-1 from Carpenter. Pitch misses in, and a leadoff walk for the Challengers in the third. Have them in business as they try to break our 2-2 tie. This brings up Peyton Tyner. First walk issued by Carpenter today. And Tyner stepping in now. Tyner bats .250 for the Challengers from Marist High School. And that pitch finds the zone from Carpenter, a fastball on the outer third, 0-1. Spartans would go up to the state championship game after defeating Henley and lose to Scappoose. The Indians, the eventual 4A state champions. Here's the 0-1. Fouled off. Now an 0-2 count to Tyner. Tyner 0 for 1 today. He did strike out in the first inning. Carpenter set with the 0-2. Breaking for second is Johnson. The throw down is high, and in safely is Johnson at second. The 0-2 pitch missed to Tyner, so now the count 1-2 with the runner in scoring position and nobody out for the number 3 hitter in the Challengers order. Modest lead off a second now for Johnson as Carpenter set now at the 1-2. The pitch is swung on and missed. Tyner down on strikes for the second time tonight, and that's the first out in the third inning. Eli Christ to bat now. Christ 1 for 1 today. He singled in the first, but knocked in 2 runs on that single. Responsible for all the offense today for the Challengers. Bats again with a runner in scoring position. And here's the first pitch on the way to him. Line drive, left field, over is Tacchini, and makes the play for the second out. Brings up Aiden Hazen with 2 away and a runner in scoring position for the Challengers. Hazen 0 for 1 today with a strikeout in the first. This season for Hazen, batting .333 with 3 RBI on the year. Second on his team in walks drawn this season with 13. Here's the pitch. That pitch, I think, caught Hazen on the elbow guard, and he's going to be awarded first base, bringing up Caden Richardson. So Johnson at second, Hazen at first, 2 outs, and in comes Richardson, who flew out in his first at-bat. It was a fly ball to second base. Well, kind of shallow right field. The second baseman, Shively, had to go pretty deep into the gap to make the play, but he was able to do it. This season for Richardson, batting .241. Carpenter with the first pitch to him. Here it comes. That one, nice job by Carpenter to find the black on the outside, 0-1. Carpenter has been doing a good job of working that outside part of the plate, specifically to these right-handed batters in the early part of this game. If he can keep hitting that location, he could go deep into this one. This one, though, right down the middle, turned around and a line drive into right field. Rounding third, headed for home is Johnson. He'll score. Looks like they're also going to send Hazen. No, they put the brakes on him after he gets halfway down the third baseline. Richardson, an RBI double, makes this one 3-2 Challengers. 2 runners in scoring position now. Brings up Aiden Hibbler. And after working so well outside, Carpenter offered up a meatball down Main Street to Richardson. He waited on it and hit a line drive the opposite field. And they're going to advance both runners as well. Unsure if there was a balk or interference of some kind, but the Challengers now lead 4-2. That scored Hazen. Gotcha. So it was a ground rule triple. The ball got caught, it seems, in the fence down in right field. And so Aiden Hibbler is going to get hit on the first pitch he sees. Runners at the corners with 2 away. And now Takini coming out to have a conversation with Carpenter. It'll bring up Jalen Riddle. So just to get you caught up, it was a ground rule triple for Richardson. So Hazen scored on the play, as did Johnson. And it looks like we are ready to go. 4-2 Challengers here in the top of the third, and they've got a runner at third. And a runner at first, that's Hibbler. Hibbler takes off. No throw down. Hibbler's going to get in safely. So now 2 runners in scoring position for the Challengers for the number 8 hitter in this order. Riddle 0 for 1 today, flew out to right in the second inning. (1-0) from Carpenter, and the pitch is going to sail high, 2-0. It was a walk and 2 quick outs. It seemed like Carpenter was in shape for a quick inning, but a hit by pitch, a triple, and another hit by pitch have gotten him into this spot with 2 runs home already and 2 more in scoring position. The 2-0 fouled off, and a 2-1 count now to Riddle. Riddle batting .227 this season. Fewest at-bats among Challengers in the starting lineup. 5 base hits, 3 of them singles, 1 double, 1 triple. The 2-1 finds the zone, 2-2. Good fastball there by Carpenter, back to work in the outside against the righties. On deck is Kyle Miller for the Challengers. Pitch from Carpenter. That one is hit out towards center field, down for a base hit. Richardson will score. Hibbler rounding third, headed for home. The throw in is a wild one. Now advancing to second, and in safely is Riddle. A 2 RBI single, and advancing on the error is Riddle. And the score now 6-2 Challengers, as this inning starting to get away from the Falcons. Brings up Kyle Miller. Miller 0 for 1, a ground out in the second. Already 4 runs home for the Challengers this inning as they lead 6-2. Carpenter set with the first pitch to Miller. And that one misses low, 1-0. Riddle advancing to second when the throw was coming in from the outfield. Is a 1-0 count to Miller, and the pitch looked to be the breaking ball. It didn't break enough, missed high, 2-0. On deck after Miller is the top of the Challengers order as Easton McDonald waits in the circle. Carpenter behind in the count, 2-0. And the pitch. Swung on and missed. The fastball, 2-1. Three or four step lead off a second by Riddle. Carpenter set. Pitch looked to be the curveball. Found the inner third against Miller. Started at his hands and just kind of broke back across the plate. A nice pitch there by Carpenter evens the count at 2. Had a couple of 2-strike counts in this inning, only for the challengers to, well, able to make something happen. See if Carpenter could set things down here on the 2-2. And time is called by the batter, I believe. Yeah, Miller called time as Carpenter was about to start his windup. And so heading back to second is Riddle. He thought he would advance on a balk, but no balk. And we'll just do it again, 2-2. Curious to see time called that late in a pitch. But Miller was awarded it. Now 2-2. Taken for strike 3. Carpenter froze up Miller on the outside fastball, and that will put an end to this inning for the Falcons. For the challengers, 4 runs on 2 hits, no errors for the Falcons, and 1 runner left. Eugene leads Klamath Falls 6-2 as we head to the bottom of the 3rd. This is Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So turn here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Top of the order due up for the Falcons as they try to answer the call. Down by 4. The bottom of the 3rd inning. Swing and a miss by Max Price to get things started. The Falcons scored 4 in the top half. They lead 6-2 right now over Klamath Falls in an 0-1 count to Max Price. Max is 1 for 1 today. He doubled to start things off in the 1st inning, but after taking an outside fastball, now finds himself down 0-2 in the count with Connor Shively, then Mark Carpenter waiting in the wings. Pitch from Price, looked to be the off speed, but it missed. Must have missed high, looked over the plate, but a ball and 2 strikes to Max Price. Another pitch, this one missed outside, no doubt about it. Price even in the count at 2 now. Price leading the team in average this season, .444. Got his first extra base hit of the season earlier this ball game. Now staying alive at a 2-2 count after fouling off that pitch outside. Set is Hernandez, another foul ball. Count remains 2-2. Appreciate you joining us on mybasin.com tonight. For the first time, I think, in history, the Falcons coming to you in HD video online. The 2-2 taken outside, and now the count runs full, 3-2. Great view from up in the press box, rocking the GoPro, shooting through the net tonight. Oftentimes, we've got to combat that, but trying to make everything the best we can for you this season for Falcons baseball. As Max Price, at one point down in the count 0-2, works a walk, and the Falcons have a base runner in the bottom of the 3rd, and that's what they needed. Second walk issued by Hernandez this ball game. Brings up Connor Shively, who's 1 for 1. The lefty hit an RBI single in the 1st inning. This is the 3rd RBI of the season for Shively as he takes strike 1. Shively, though, on the season, batting .235. Led the Skyline Conference in batting average this season in the prep season. Bat over .500 for the Hornets. And for him, going to be a junior next year for Henley. Plenty of eligibility yet left for Legion ball as well. Hernandez pitches to Shively, pops one into left field, and Richardson over to make the grab by the foul line for the first out. Batting now, Mark Carpenter, the Falcons pitcher. 1 for 1 today and was left stranded at third in the first inning, hoping to help his own cause a little bit. That last inning, I think he knows, got away from him. A couple of hit batsmen. A couple of pitches I think he'd like back, but now a chance to right the ship for Mark as he steps in with one away and a runner aboard at first. His team trails by 4. Carpenter takes the first pitch outside for a ball. 1-0. Carpenter batting .419 this season. Leads the team in RBI at 12. Here's the 1-0. That one is fouled back. Carpenter now even in the count at 1. Back on Monday, Falcons hosting their Hit-a-thon fundraiser. Mark Carpenter got his longest hit of the day at 410 feet. He had 3 home runs in the hit-a-thon as the Falcons tried to raise a bit of money as well. If you bought raffle tickets and you were unsure of who won, by the way, there's a video up on the Falcons Facebook page, or Facebook group, I should say, and it's got results of the hit-a-thon as well as winners from the raffle that were drawn on Monday. So if you supported the Falcons by either supporting the hit-a-thon or buying that raffle ticket, appreciate you all the same. Everything helps. These Falcons get travel and places to stay and equipment and all the great things that a Legion team needs. Falcons, Carpenter chasing the 2-1 out of the zone. Evens the count at 2 apiece. One out, runner aboard at first is Max Price in a 6-2 ball game. The challengers leading the Klamath Falls Falcons. And stepping off is Colin Hernandez, the lefty pitcher for Eugene. Now back on the rubber, ready to deliver the 2-2 pitch. Carpenter takes a pitch low and away. The catcher, Hibbler, tries the back pick for Price at first. The throw was low. A good job by Chris, the first baseman, to knock it down. Stop Price from advancing any further. But now the count runs full to Carpenter, 3-2. Marcos Ulloa Ford waits on deck. Hernandez delivers the full count. And Carpenter chases a pitch out of the zone, low and away, and goes down swinging for the second out here in the third. Mark knew it, too. Chased a pitch out of the zone and slammed the bat in the dirt afterwards. Wears his emotions on his sleeve for sure, does Carpenter. And now it's a chance for Marcos Ulloa Ford to pick him up with 2 away in the inning and a runner at first. Now, Ulloa Ford 0 for 1 today. He struck out in the first inning. Going back to the hit-a-thon results, Marcos hit the ball the furthest. It was a home run to dead center field, and the ball just kind of kept rolling at the pavement in the warehouses. If you can kind of look over the center field fence, if you're watching on the live stream on mybasin.com, they counted the roll on the home run. Marcos hit 4 home runs in the hit-a-thon to lead his team in raising that money. The 1-0 we're going to have to wait for to move over to first. Price is back safely. Marcos, the lone player from Mazama on the Falcons, hits a ground ball towards second. McDonald takes it to the bag himself for the third out. No runs, no hits, 1 runner left for the Falcons in the third inning. We head to the fourth with Eugene leading Klamath Falls 6-2. This is Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals
that is second to none. We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions. your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Getting ready for the top of the fourth inning from Kiger Stadium. The Eugene Challengers leading the Falcons 6-2. For Eugene, 6 runs, 5 hits, 1 error, and 3 runners left. For the Falcons, 2 runs on 3 hits, 1 error for Klamath Falls, and they've left 2 runners on base to this point in the ball game. It'll be the top of the order for Eugene when we get things started. Mark Carpenter still on the mound for the Falcons. And Easton McDonald, Brock Johnson, and Peyton Tyner due up for Eugene. They scored 4 runs in the third, up right now 6-2. Easton McDonald leads his team in walks. He collected 1 earlier today. That was to start the big third inning. The Challengers put together, Well, he wasn't able to hit in the third inning. Apologies there. He was the only challenger not to bat in the big third inning. Carpenter looking to right the ship here. First pitch here in the fourth. Off speed, started outside, broke back over the plate. A nice pitch there by Carpenter to get ahead in the count 0-1. McDonald, so we get you his line score, singled in the first and struck out in the second. Now awaits the 0-1 from Mark. Marcos Ulloa Ford, the third baseman, protecting the bunt. That pitch misses in. 1-1. Ulloa Ford protecting bunt, or maybe just playing in on the grass. P.J. Safford, the first baseman, playing near the outfield grass. The left-handed hitting McDonald, they are expecting a pull hitter here. The 1-1. Pitch misses outside, 2-1. Fly ball, shallow left field, and Marcos Ulloa Ford back a few steps. He'll make the catch for the first out here in the fourth. Brock Johnson to bat now for the Challengers. He was whose line score I was looking at a moment ago. Reached on an error in the first and scored. He then walked in the third and scored. Johnson has scored 16 runs for his team this season. 16 of the 110 runs that the Challengers have scored this year. Again, Eugene in second place in Area 4 standings right now. They are 5-1 and 16-5 overall on the season. Here's the 0-1 on the way to Johnson. Taken for a strike. Carpenter reaching back and firing in a good fastball to get ahead 0-2. On deck after Johnson is Tyner. And the 0-2 from Carpenter. Taken high and maybe a bit inside as well to Johnson. Count moves now to a ball and 2 strikes. Ground ball out towards second. Shively gets a glove on it. Throw to first is in time. A hard hit ball to second. Shively was quick with the transfer, and Safford still having to stretch quite a ways to get the speedy Johnson out at first. 2 outs in the fourth for the Challengers, and this brings up Peyton Tyner. 0 for 2, a couple of strikeouts in the ballgame so far for the left-handed hitting center fielder from Marist Catholic High School. First pitch misses low, 1-0. Tyner, first team All-State, and hits a line drive into the right center field gap. Tyner taking a big turnaround first, but That's where he'll stay. And a 2-out base hit for Tyner. Brings up Eli Christ. 6th hit of the night for the Challengers, matches their 6-run output. And Christ has one of those base hits and 2 of those RBI with a 2 RBI single in the first. He also flew out in the third, making him 1 for 2 on the evening. Pitch looked to be the slider from Carpenter. Hit it the outer third. 0-1 the count to Christ. On deck is Aiden Hazen. 2 away and a runner aboard at first. Carpenter going to make a check move to Tyner, and he dives back safely. Chris, we've talked a lot about him. 5A player of the year, pitch in the dirt, and able to advance to second is Tyner. And that'll go in the books as a stolen base for Tyner as he is safely in at second. A ball and a strike now to Eli Christ. Christ looking to continue his education in the Cascade Collegiate Conference at Bushnell. Ball and 2 strikes to him now. I believe the Beacons made the conference tournament this season. Carpenter set now with the 1-2 and delivers. Pitch misses wide, 2-2. Christ, one of 4 players for the Challengers continuing their education, playing baseball at the next level. Christ, the only one attending Bushnell, a 2-2. That one misses high, and the count runs full. On deck, I mentioned, is Aiden Hazen. Open for a chance this inning. The third out has proven the toughest to get this entire game for Carpenter. Runs came across in the first with 2 away, and the third with 2 away as well. Here's the full count pitch from Carpenter. It is a ground ball towards first, diving but past the glove of Safford into right field. The throw in is going to be cut off by Safford, and an RBI single scores Tyner and makes this one 7-2. It's a hard bouncing ball to Safford. Dove for it, but just past his glove and into right for an RBI single. Third RBI of the day for Christ, who leads his team now with 21 RBI on the season. He's aboard at first, and the first pitch to Aiden Hazen. That one misses in, off the glove of Takini, can't glove it. The throw down is not going to be in time, and that's going to be a pass ball charged against Takini. It's a pitch that was inside, certainly catchable for Takini, but just bounced sort of right out of his glove. The 1-0. That one finds the zone. Carpenter with the outside fastball, 1-1. It's been his go-to pitch this evening. Nobody up in the Falcons bullpen as Carpenter being let to work through this one, but his team down 5, 7-2. Pitch from Carpenter. Ground ball foul. Count now 1-2 to Hazen. On deck is Caden Richardson for the Challengers. Aboard at second is Christ. Advanced on the pass ball. Carpenter ready for the 2-2. And that pitch is called strike 3. Hazen thought it was outside, but he's sent packing to end the inning. 1 run on a couple of base hits for the Challengers. 1 runner left stranded. They lead the Falcons 7-2 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Introducing Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
Bottom of the fourth inning in the Area 4 league opener for the Klamath Falls Falcons, but they find themselves down 7-2 to the Eugene Challengers. Due up this half for Klamath Falls, P.J. Safford, Colin Tacchini, and Lane Frank. Safford without an official at-bat today. He walked in the first inning and now is ahead in the count 1-0. Said we'd keep you updated on scores going on around the league. How about up in Roseburg? The winless Grants Pass Nuggets leading the Doc Stewarts 2-0 in the top of the sixth inning. And the Nuggets continuing to rally right now with a runner in scoring position. We'll keep you updated on that score as we move throughout tonight's broadcast. It's a 1-1 count to Safford. And this one fouled back, moves the count now to a ball and 2 strikes to the Falcons' first baseman. Colin Tacchini waits on deck. Again, still nobody up in the Falcons' bullpen. Down by 5. Klamath Falls looking for a rally, and they're relying on PJ to start it. The 1-2 checks his swing. Did he go? No, he did not. Safford taking a pitch outside, maybe a bit high as well. 2 balls and 2 strikes to PJ. Safford, one of 3 Klamath Union Pelicans baseball players on the Falcons. I'll include Chase Connect in that list, even though he attended Cross Point Christian School, played baseball with the Pelicans this season. P.J. Safford and Ryan Glidden, the true Klamath Union Pelicans, on this Falcons team. Here's the 2-2. Safford again fouls it off. Count remains 2-2. Safford hits 161 this season, looking to find his confidence at the plate. He's frankly hit the ball hard at people, it seems, this season. Hoping to just find some green out there. Now in a 2-2 count, here's the pitch from the lefty Hernandez. Safford lifts one into right field. Miller underneath it to make the catch for the first out. Brings up Colin Tacchini. 0 for 1 today is Colin. He popped out. Well, it wasn't really a pop out. It was a flare out towards right that the second baseman McDonald dove for. It was a great play, but stole a base hit away from Colin. Hoping for a similar result off the bat, but not so much in the field. This one swings through it 0-1. The count to Tacchini. Bats 179 He is batting 188 this season. Swung at strike 1, takes strike 2 with 1 out in the bottom of the fourth inning. Tacchini waits the 0-2. Pitch misses wide, 1-2. Colin, the lone Lakeview honker on the team. Cousins with the other Tacchini, Jacoby, who's going to be attending Henley High School next year, and waits the 1-2. That pitch missed in. Must have been low, actually. It looked over the plate, but I think right below the knees of Tacchini. A good pitch to lay off. A 2-2 count now to the Falcons left fielder. The pitch. Bouncing ball towards third. Riddle up with it. Throws across the diamond in time for the out. Two away in the fourth, and that brings up Lane Frank. 0 for 1 today with a strikeout. Frank awaits the first pitch, down and in. 1-0 to Lane. After Frank, hoping for an opportunity this inning is Jacoby Tacchini. Ball and a strike now to Frank. One. Slow roller down the third base line, kicks foul off the edge of the grass, and it'll move the count to 1-2. Frank probably could have beat that ball out had it stayed fair, but just kicked off the edge of the high grass here at Kiger. In pretty good shape, I might add. A lot of green out here in the infield, better than we've seen in years past for sure. But great Kiger Stadium, a lot of history in these walls. And a privilege to be in the press box and on the call with you this evening on mybasin.com. A ball and 2 strikes to Frank. And pokes it foul again. Count remains 1-2. Kiger Stadium, opening in 1948, has hosted plenty of World Series of all varieties. The Babe Ruth World Series in 1968, the American Legion World Series in 1970, and just as of a couple of years ago, the Pacific Northwest Regional for Babe Ruth baseball, which at the time, the Falcons were participating in Babe Ruth baseball and won the Pacific Northwest Regional. 1-2 to Lane Frank. Trying to extend this inning for the Falcons as Hernandez comes set. Pitch misses wide. 2-2. Frank swings through the 2-2 pitch, and down he goes to end the inning. Down in order go the Falcons in the fourth as we head to the fifth with Eugene up 7-2. Falcons baseball is brought to you on 1060 Sports and mybasin.com.
Comfortable and not corporate. At Klamath Subaru, we built our business on that simple promise. Well, that and some of the best people you're ever going to meet. Hi, I'm Rob Cedar, General Manager at Klamath Subaru. Our 62 employees make it easy for us to live up to our comfortable, not corporate philosophy. Friendly faces, easy answers, straight talk, fairness, and exceptional service. These are the things you expect. These are the things that all of our people deliver. Our management team, sales pros, certified service and body shop techs, lot attendants, and detail experts are all 100% focused on you. Local people putting their friends and neighbors first. At Klamath Subaru, that's the only way we do business. It's comfortable, not corporate. Our team members also spend hundreds of hours each year supporting local charities and events through the Subaru Love Promise. That's the kind of people they are. We're very proud of them. They're your friends, they're your neighbors, they're glad to know you, and they want you to be glad to know them too. I'm Rob, and this is what makes us comfortable, not corporate.
Ready for the top of the fifth inning in a 7-2 ball game. The Challenger leading the Falcons, 7 runs, 7 hits, 1 error, 4 runners left for the Challengers to this point in the game. For Klamath Falls, 2 runs on 3 hits, 1 error, and 2 runners left for the Falcons. Mark Carpenter trying to get his team juiced up out there on defense and hoping to create a situation where Klamath Falls can get back into this ball game. Trailing by 5. They're going to have to get through 6, 7, and 8 in the Eugene order. That's Caden Richardson, Aiden Hibbler, and Jalen Riddle. Carpenter with the first pitch is going to miss high. 1-0. And today is 1 for 2. He flew out in the first and hit a ground rule triple in the third inning. It was a base hit that we got the verdict on it that Lane Frank, the right fielder, fielded it in play, and his momentum took him out of play. So that's how you get a ground rule triple. This one hit high to center field. Going back is Douglas, and it's over his head. Hitting second, now going to third is Richardson, and the throw is going to be late. A stand-up triple for Richardson, and that is his second triple of the game. How about Richardson coming up with his first 2 extra base hits of the season, and they're each triples in back-to-back at-bats for him. That's how he starts things off for the Challengers in the 5th. Aiden Hibbler to bat now. Hibbler singled and was hit by a pitch in the 2nd and 3rd innings. Here he takes strike 1 over the middle of the plate on the fastball from Carpenter. After Hibbler's Jalen Riddle. Runner aboard at third is Richardson, and the pitch is a bouncing ball to third. Up with it is Price. The run will score, but an out made at first as Price decides to go with the force. And the Challengers now lead 8-2. There's 1 away in the 5th, and that brings up Jalen Riddle. An RBI credited to Hibbler there. That is his 10th run batted in this season. Riddle takes a pitch, strike 1 called. Riddle is 1 for 2 today. He flew out to right field in the 2nd and hit a 2 RBI single in the 3rd inning, where Eugene scored 4 total runs. Right now up 8-2. The 1-1 is taken for a strike, 1-2. Now to Riddle with Kyle Miller on deck. The 1-2. That one in just the same spot as the last pitch, and strike 3 called, 2 away in the 5th, and that brings up Kyle Miller. Seventh strikeout of the night for Mark Carpenter. And Kyle Miller was one of those strikeout casualties in the 3rd. Along with that strikeout, he also grounded out in the 2nd. Takes a pitch inside, 1-0. Kyle Miller, batting .205 this season, takes a high fastball, 2-0. Miller, a recent graduate of Thurston High School, standing 5'9" in the right-handed batter's box. The 2-0 is going to miss low and away, 3-0. On deck, top of the order for the Challengers and Easton McDonald. And a 4-pitch walk issued to Kyle Miller with 2 outs, and that will bring up McDonald. And we have a sub, perhaps, maybe? Yeah, on the base paths, it looks like Miller is taken off. Braden Rather from Willamette High School, now running at first. Rather just finished up his junior year with Willamette. So Rather aboard at first after the walk, and McDonald to bat now, who's 1 for 3. Singled in the 1st, struck out in the 2nd, and flew out in the 4th. And Carpenter with the pitch, he bunts one down the 3rd baseline, a perfectly placed bunt. And and Max Price, pardon me, going to have no play on that one. A bunt single moves Rather to 2nd, McDonald aboard at 1st. And this brings up Brock Johnson. Johnson reached on an error in the 1st and scored. Reached on a walk in the 3rd and scored. He grounded out last inning. Bats now with 2 away and 2 runners on. His team up 8-2 in the top of the 5th. First pitch misses down and in, 1-0. Carpenter gets out of this inning. It'll match his longest outing of the season when he threw against the Salem Dodgers earlier this month. Here's the 1-0. Bouncing ball to 3rd, and it skips underneath the glove of Price and into left field. Rather is going to score, and the Challengers lead now 9-2. They're going to hold McDonald at second, and aboard at first is Johnson on the error. E5 in the book is that one skipped just underneath Price's glove. And this brings up Peyton Tyner, not a guy you'd like to face in any situation, and Carpenter knows that to be true. It's Tyner dashed the hopes of a Henley State Championship appearance in the semifinals just about a month ago. They count 0-1 to Tyner. And takes a pitch outside. Tyner didn't like that call. Thought it was outside. Looked outside from up here, but called a strike anyway. 0-2, the count to Tyner, who's 1 for 3 today. A couple of strikeouts and a single for Tyner. The pitch. Off speed. That one missed away. Ball and 2 strikes now to Tyner. Already 2 runs home this inning for Eugene, and they lead this ball game 9-2. Top of the 5th inning. And the 1-2. Looked at outside, 2-2. After Tyner in the Challengers' order is Eli Christ. Carpenter with the 2-2 and the pitch. Ground ball right back up the middle. That'll get through into center field. Heading for home is McDonald, and the throw in is cut off. An RBI single for Tyner makes this one 10-2. Advancing to third was Brock Johnson. And so runners at the corner, still 2 away, and that brings up Eli Christ. Second single of the day for Tyner, his first run batted in. And Eli Christ, who's got 3 RBIs today in a 2 for 3 evening. A couple of singles and a flyout. As the Challengers continue to build upon this lead, right now leading by 8 in the top of the 5th inning. First pitch on the way to Christ. Off-speed pitch found the zone, 0-1. They count to the cleanup hitter from Eugene. Christ, then Aiden Hazen waits on deck. Here's the 0-1. Swung on and missed, 0-2. Carpenter with another off-speed pitch to Christ, puts him ahead in the count. Runners at the corners, and that pitch misses in. Ball and 2 strikes as Christ had to get out of the way of that one. The 5A player of the year from Thurston High School going up against the 4A player of the year on the mound in Mark Carpenter. These are the battles you look for in Legion baseball. Carpenter fires in the 1-2 and it misses outside, 2-2. Tried to get Christ to chase the breaking ball outside, but he wasn't biting. And we'll see where Mark goes on a 2-2 pitch. Don't Christ anything easy to hit when you don't have to. Here's the 2-2. It is taken away, 3-2. Now you've got to come in the zone for Carpenter as Aiden Hazen waits on deck. See Chase Kick warming up in the Klamath Falls bullpen. Right-hander from Cross Point Christian School and played for Klamath Union this past spring. Carpenter makes a move over to first. Tyner's back safely. Johnson remained at third. And here's the full count pitch again from Carpenter. That one misses in. So after being ahead in the count 0-2, Carpenter can't find that put-away pitch and gives up a walk to Eli Christ to load the bases for Aiden Hazen. Hazen is 0 for 2 today. A couple of strikeouts and a hit by pitch. And it looks like Chase Connect might be coming out of the pin for the Falcons as Coach Whistler takes the ball from Mark Carpenter, and we will have a new arm coming up. The Falcons trailing 10-2 in the top of the fifth inning. We'll be back with more Falcons baseball and give you a look at Chase Connect coming up on the other side on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Wait, all I do is wait. So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice, I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Back in the top of the fifth inning and a new arm on the mound for the Klamath Falls Falcons. It's the right-hander from Cross Point Christian School, Chase Connect. So far this season for Chase, this will be his 7th appearance out of the bullpen. He's worked 10 2/3 innings. He does have one save for the Falcons and an ERA this season of 1.96. Now, Chase, a very different guy on the mound than Mark Carpenter. Namely in the velocity department, Chase does not bring the velocity nearly as much as Mark Carpenter does, but Chase, when he's on, he can locate it and get you those ground balls and pop flies that you need to get yourself out of innings like this one. Whereas Carpenter had struck out 8 guys in this ball game. He'd also given up his fair share of hard hit balls, extra base hits. You got to really wait on Chase Connect's pitch to do that, and it's going to be Aiden Hazen, the first taste of Connect, inheriting a less than ideal situation with the bases loaded, but there are 2 outs. 10-2, Challengers lead the Falcons, and here's the first pitch. Finds the zone for a strike. 0-1 on the inner third. Connect going with the fastball there. Christ aboard at first, Tyner at second, and Johnson at third for the Challengers. The 0-1 pitch is hit towards left. In the air, coming in is Takini. He won't get to it. 1 run will score, and 2 runs will score. As Max Price couldn't get the relay in fast enough, Johnson and Tyner each scoring. Christ advances to second, and a 2 RBI single for Aiden Hazen. Score now 12-2 Challengers. And still 2 runners on, back to Caden Richardson, who started this inning with a leadoff triple. Here's the pitch. Taken for a strike, 0-1. Richardson, along with his 2 triples tonight, also flew out in the first inning. 0-1. The count from Connect. That pitch found the zone as well, 0-2. Aiden Hibbler waits on deck for the Challengers. Connect looks in, gathers the sign from Takini, and comes set. Here's the 0-2. That one's hit high into left field. Coming in is Takini, and nobody's going to get to it as Uloa Ford and Takini collide in left. 1 run will score. The throw to get the second run in is late. Christ and Hazen each score. And that is going to go in as a 2 RBI double for Caden Richardson. And the Falcons on defense are crumbling in this inning. (14-2). And the Challengers lead on a ball that was more than playable in left field. Uloa Ford and Takini colliding. It must have been nobody called it off, and that's the left fielder's ball to play. Here's the first pitch to Aiden Hibbler. It's going to miss 1-0. Pitch on its way to Hibbler. Pitch missed in, 2-0. Each of the runs that have come in so far this inning, neither of them credited to Chase Connect as far as earned runs, or Safford for that matter. It's team unearned runs is the official way that goes in the books. Here's the 2-0 from Connect. Pitch finds the zone, 2-1. As it was an error with 2 outs in the inning that have allowed things to spiral against the Falcons. Here's the 2-1. That one's also in the dirt, knocked down by Takini, but the count moves now to 3-1. On deck is Jalen Riddle. 7 runs in this inning alone for Eugene. They lead by 12. Here's the 3-1 from Connect. That one's also in the dirt, and a walk issued to Hibbler. We'll bring up Jalen Riddle. Riddle struck out earlier this inning. He's also flown out and hit a 2 RBI single in the third. And it looks like we'll actually have a new hitter. We won't see Riddle in this at-bat. Looks like it's going to be Donovan Jackson from Churchill High School. So Jackson getting his first taste of things in this game. As a matter of fact, Jackson, I don't think he's taken an at-bat this season. Doesn't have an official one in the books this year. Here's the pitch to Jackson. Ground ball in between first and second. Over is Shively. Throw on first in time. And that will finally put an end to the bleeding. The Falcons here in the fifth. 7 runs for the Challengers on, I believe, 5 base hits. 2 runners left for Eugene, and they lead 14-2. The Falcons have a tall mountain to climb in the bottom half of the fifth. We'll be back for it on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Jacoby Takini to lead things off for the Falcons, where they trail by 12. The score 14-2 in the bottom of the fifth inning. Hernandez still on the mound for Eugene. And Takini, first pitch to him is popped foul, 0-1. Takini 0 for 1 today with a ground out in the second. And Likely to see some new faces in the order for the Falcons this half inning. I already see one waiting in the on-deck circle. It's Ryan Glidden. That 0-2 count now to Jacoby Takini. We'll get you the changes as this game moves along. See if there are any in the field for Eugene. I don't believe that there are quite yet. Pitches outside, 1-2. As a matter of fact, there will be one change. Two changes, as a matter of fact, as we've got Jackson at third, and we've got Rather in right now for Eugene. A 2-2 count to Takini. Two fouled off. We'll do it again with Jacoby as he tries to get a mountain of a rally started for the Falcons. They've given up 2 runs in the first, 4 in the third, 1 in the fourth, and 7 in the fifth inning. The 2-2 misses wide. Now the count is full, 3-2. Ground ball out towards short, gloved by Johnson on the backhand. The throw across the diamond is in time. A great play by the shortstop, Johnson. And that will be the first out in the fifth inning. Falcons down to their final 2 outs with run rule potentially being in effect here. The mercy rule is Ryan Glidden bats now for the Falcons. Glidden, a product of Klamath Union High School. Glidden will be graduating next year. Taking a look at Glidden on the season. So far this year for Ryan, well, let's see. Don't see him in the stat sheet anywhere. This might be, oh no, I'm looking at the wrong page here. Let's see. Glidden this year for the Falcons batting .200. This will be his 15th at-bat as he is now ahead in the count 1-0 with 1 away in the bottom of the fifth. The 1-0 taken outside, 2-0. Got a new batter on deck as well for the Falcons. I believe it'll be Ian Meyer waiting in the circle. And the 2-0 graces the outer third, 2-1 to Glidden. Douglas exits the game after striking out in his lone at-bat back in the second inning. Here's the 2-1. That one is called a strike. Glidden and a few other folks might have thought that pitch was high. But now a 2-2 count to Glidden. As the Falcons face a mercy rule for the first time this season. The 2-2. Hit weakly into shallow center field. Could be trouble, and that gets down for a base hit. A 1-out single for Ryan Glidden. And that will bring up Ian Meyer. Ian Meyer, a guy who comes off the bench more often than not. Incoming junior at Henley High School. But in the prep season, these are the spots that the Hornets used him in. Coming off the bench and hoping to provide a spark, and oftentimes he did. Now, Henley didn't trail by as many as 12 runs all season long, so a bit of a different spot, but relying on a guy like Ian Meyer to hopefully continue a rally. See the merit in it for sure, as the first pitch to him misses low, 1-0. Meyer hitting in the place of Max Price, who doubled and walked in his 2 plate appearances. As Meyer fouls off the 1-0 pitch, now it's 1-1. Meyer this season for the Falcons is hitting .385. All 5 of his hits this season have been singles. Now behind in the count, a ball and 2 strikes. And that pitch taken, strike 3 called, and that will set down Ian Meyer. Falcons down to their final out of this ball game unless they can score 3 runs to prolong it. Hitting instead of Connor Shively will be Corbin Hamilton. Hamilton, another product of Henley High School. In fact, his dad, Jesse, the principal at Henley High School, former athletic director, always fantastic. The Henley administrative staff for our broadcast that we do each and every year on mybasin.com. The first pitch to Hamilton misses wide, 1-0. Hamilton this season for the Falcons, batting .148 this year. Takes a pitch low, 2-0 to Corbin. And it looks like we'll have Chase Connect on deck for the Falcons as well. That pitch will miss wide, 3-0. Ahead in the count is Hamilton, has an opportunity to be patient. Takes a strike. Pitch he didn't like. It was a bit high and a touch outside on the outer third of the plate. And now a 3-1 count to the Skyline Conference. Honorable mention. He fouls off the 3-1 and the count runs full. Likely to see Glidden on the move off of first base here. And a full count pitch as the Falcons are now down to their final strike of the night. The pitch is hard hit towards the shortstop, but gloved by Johnson, and that will end the ball game. The Challengers take the first of a doubleheader tonight at Kiger Stadium, 14-2. We'll be back to recap it all for you coming up as we continue your coverage of Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals
that is second to none. We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and little league teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account for retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between. We keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
And we welcome you back to Kiger Stadium on 104.3 and 960 Sports. HD video on mybasin.com. Final score in game one of a doubleheader. The Challengers take one from the Falcons 14-2. Final line score 14 runs on 13 hits. One error for the Challengers, and they left 6 runners on base. For Klamath Falls, 2 runs, 3 hits, 2 errors. They left 3 runners on base. Winning pitcher in the contest is Colin Hernandez, who worked all 5 innings for the Challengers, giving up 4 hits, 2 runs, each of them earned. He walked 2 and struck out 6. Losing pitcher today is Mark Carpenter, who pitched 4 2/3 innings, gave up 10 hits, 13 runs, although only 6 of them earned. He walked and struck out 7. Chase Connect came in, collected the final out that the Falcons needed, and 2 hits, 1 run. It was earned, and he walked 1. A couple of notables. We'll start with the Falcons. Connor Shively, a 1-for-2 afternoon so far with an RBI. He also scored a run. Other base hits credited to Max Price and Mark Carpenter. All other Falcons were hitless in the contest. Taking a look at the Challengers, Easton McDonald went 2 for 4. Brock Johnson went 0 for 2. Peyton Tyner 2 for 4. Christ 2 for 3 with 3 RBIs. Aiden Hazen 1 for 3 with 2 RBIs. Caden Richardson 3 for 4 with 4 RBIs. 1 for 2 day from Aiden Hibbler. And the last Challenger to record a hit today was Jalen Riddle, who went 1 for 3. We're going to take a quick break on the action. If you're listening on the radio on 104.3 and 960 Sports, I hope that you come back and join us in about 15 or so minutes. We'll return you to Fox Sports Radio. In the meantime, if you're watching on mybasin.com, just stay right here at the link you're at right now. We'll be back again in probably about 10 or 15 minutes for pregame coverage of Game 2 tonight between the Falcons and the Challengers. This win for Eugene pushes their conference record now to 6-1, and they are 17-5 overall on the season. The Falcons fall to 0-1 in league play, 5-8 overall on the season, and we'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes. Grab a bite to eat, grab your drink, and get back on that couch. Listen to some Falcons baseball coming up in just a few minutes. My name is Josh Eldridge. See you soon from Kiger Stadium in Klamath Falls. And we welcome you back to our continuing coverage of Klamath Falls Falcons baseball tonight from Kiger Stadium. The Klamath Falls Falcons get ready for the second leg of a doubleheader tonight between themselves and the Eugene Challengers. Game 1 did not go the way that the Falcons had hoped, a 14-2 loss to open up Area 4 league play. That makes them 0-1 in league play and 5-8 overall on the season. The Eugene Challengers, after a win, improved to 6-1, 17-5 in conference play. We'll get you an updated look at the Area 4 standings in just a moment as we know the final score from the one other Area 4 series going on this evening. We'll get you updated on all of that, plus get you ready with starting lineups and first pitch just a few minutes away from Kiger Stadium tonight on mybasin.com and on the radio on 104.3 and 960 Sports.
Sports is kind of what defined me as a person. I love to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Comfortable and not corporate. At Klamath Subaru, we built our business on that simple promise. Well, that and some of the best people you're ever going to meet. Hi, I'm Rob Cedar, General Manager at Klamath Subaru. Our 62 employees make it easy for us to live up to our comfortable, not corporate philosophy. Friendly faces, easy answers, straight talk, fairness, and exceptional service. These are the things you expect. These are the things that all of our people deliver. Our management team, sales pros, certified service and body shop techs, lot attendants, and detail experts are all 100% focused on you. Local people putting their friends and neighbors first. At Klamath Subaru, that's the only way we do business. It's comfortable, not corporate. Our team members also spend hundreds of hours each year supporting local charities and events through the Subaru Love Promise. That's the kind of people they are. We're very proud of them. They're your friends, they're your neighbors, they're glad to know you, and they want you to be glad to know them too. I'm Rob, and this is what makes us comfortable, not corporate.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So turn here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Josh Eldridge back with you at Kiger Stadium in Klamath Falls for another Area 4 League contest as the Klamath Falls Falcons get ready to take on the Eugene Challengers. Great game on tap, although the first one did not break the way that the Falcons had hoped, a 14-2 loss. Let's take an updated look at the Area 4 League standings as we've got them, and still in first place, well tied for first place, Medford and Eugene. Eugene 6-1, Medford 4-0. Roseburg lost a game to Grants Pass earlier today, dropping them to 1-2 in Area 4 League play and improving Grants Pass to fourth place in the conference now with a 1-4 record. Klamath Falls is 0-1 in league play, followed by Redmond. They are 0-4 in conference play, and it looks like the Falcons have taken the field. We'll take one more break here on the pregame show. When we come back, we'll get you the starting lineups ready for Falcons baseball coming up on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. Welcome you back to Falcons baseball as we're getting started at about 7:32 local time. A beautiful night for baseball, and the first pitch is called a ball to Easton McDonald. Marcos Ulloa Ford on the mound for the Falcons, and we'll get you the rest of the challengers order after this 1-1 pitch to Easton McDonald. Ulloa Ford with the delivery. It is fouled off. 1-2. So Easton McDonald leading off, playing second base, followed by Brock Johnson, the shortstop, hitting second. Peyton Tyner, the center fielder, bats third, followed by Eli Christ at first base. Batting fourth, Aiden Hazen bats fifth. Caden Richardson bats sixth. Aiden Hibbler bats seventh. Braden Rather bats eighth. And Jalen Riddle rounds out the challengers order against Marcos Ulloa Ford and Connor Shively behind the dish tonight for the Falcons in the nightcap of an Area 4 doubleheader. And Ulloa Ford freezes up McDonald, and strike three called for the first out of the ball game. Brock Johnson to bat now for the challengers as they picked up a 14-2 win to begin the season series with the Falcons earlier tonight. Season series continues on Monday night up at Swede Johnson Stadium. Of course, we'll be on the broadcast and calling that one for you as well from North Eugene High School. First pitch from Marcos Ulloa Ford, called a strike to Johnson. And now comes set. Here's the 0-1. That one's hit on a line into center field. Price moving underneath it and makes the catch for the second out. Around the diamond for the Falcons. Shively behind the dish. Ian Meyer at third. Mark Carpenter plays short. Colin and Jacoby Takini at second and first base. PJ Safford in left. Max Price in center. And Corbin Hamilton in right field for the Falcons. This brings up Peyton Tyner. Tyner checks his swing on the first pitch. Takes one low. 1-0. Tyner in the first game today struck out in his first two plate appearances, but he singled in each of his next two at-bats, picking up an RBI in the process, as the 1-0 is taken for a strike outside, 1-1. And take a look at Marcos Ulloa Ford on the mound for the Falcons. This is his third start of the season, his fifth appearance overall, as that pitch misses low, 2-1. For Marcos, out of Mazama High School, 9 innings pitched to the season and an ERA under 1, .77 for Marcos. And this is a line drive into center field. A two-out single for Peyton Tyner will bring up Eli Christ. 2 outs was kind of the thorn in the Falcons' heel in the first game, as I believe the challengers scored nearly 6 runs in that game with 2 outs in an inning. That's combined for the whole game, so now Ulloa Ford having to dig to get this final out, as in comes the 5A Player of the Year, Eli Christ. The first pitch misses high, 1-0. Christ in the first game earlier today was 3 for 4 with 3 RBI. No doubt the player of the game for the challengers. And the 1-0 pitch is taken wide, might have been low as well, 2-0. The count now to Christ. Ulloa Ford ready with the 2-0. Taking off is Tyner. This is a weak roller right to the second base bag. As a matter of fact, Takini just caught that one while standing on the pillow, and that will end the inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 runner left for the challengers. The Falcons a chance to take a lead in the bottom half of the first. We'll be back for it in just a moment. This is Falcons Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Thread. There are many threads that run through our region.
Getting ready for the bottom of the first inning in a scoreless ball game between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the Eugene Challengers. We'll get you the starting lineup for the Falcons. Leading off at center field is Max Price. Connor Shively bats second and is catching. Mark Carpenter bats third at shortstop, followed by Marcos Uloa Ford, the pitcher. Batting fourth, P.J. Safford hits fifth in left field, followed by Corbin Hamilton in right field, batting sixth. Colin Tacchini at second base, batting seventh. Jacoby Tacchini at first base, batting eighth. And Ian Meyer rounds out the Falcons' order, playing third base and batting ninth. They'll be going up against Kyle Miller on the mound for the Challengers. Kyle Miller was member of the first team outfield in the 5A classification. Miller was a great outfielder. In fact, led the entire state of Oregon in runners thrown out from the outfield this year, but now getting a chance on the mound against this Falcons order. Max Price to lead things off for Klamath Falls. He did a fantastic job leading off the Falcons last game. Price started the ball game with a double and would come around to score. Falcons scored each of their 2 runs in the first inning, and Price was one of them. Here he takes ball one outside, 1-0 for Max Price this season. He's batting .464, improving his average by about 20 points in that last game. Gets on base 50% of the time. 2-0 pitch on its way to Price. A check swing and a roller out towards first. Up with it is Christ. Underhand toss to Miller, covering the base for the first out. Going around the diamond for the Challengers, Aiden Hazen behind the dish. Aiden Hibbler at third. Brock Johnson is playing shortstop with Easton McDonald at second. Eli Christ plays first. Caden Richardson in left. Peyton Tyner in center, and Jalen Riddle in right. Batting now for the Falcons is Connor Shively. Shively, the left-handed bat out of Henley High School, takes a ball low, 1-0. Falcons looking to collect their first win in Area 4 League play. Here's the 1-0. Pitch misses wide, 2-0. Falcons, the last team to start Area 4 League play, is Grants Pass Nuggets and Redmond Generals. Well, actually now just the Generals. The only other team looking for their first win is the now 1-14 Grants Pass Nuggets. Took a game away from Roseburg in Roseburg earlier today, 2-0. The Nuggets might be saving their best for Area 4 League play. We don't see them until about the middle of July. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way to Shively, and it's swung on and missed. Down on strikes is Shively for the second out in the first. This will bring up Mark Carpenter. In the first game of a doubleheader today, Carpenter was 1 for 2. He singled and struck out in the first and third innings. He also got the start on the mound for the Falcons and picked up a loss, working 4 2/3 innings. Only 6 of the 13 runs that came across were earned against him. The Challengers swung the bat well and were helped out by some tough breaks for the Klamath Falls defense. First pitch to Carpenter missed and skipped to the plate. He's ahead in the count now, 1-0. After Carpenter, Marcos Uloa Ford waits on deck. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and that one misses in as well. 2-0 to Mark. He'll be a senior next year at Henley High School. 4A classification player of the year takes strike one, 2-1. Here's the pitch to Carpenter. He takes a pitch in the same spot. Now the count's even, 2-2. The fastball on the outer third. Carpenter didn't want to offer at it, but that's the very pitch that he was able to get a base hit with in the first contest by taking it the other way. This time the 2-2 misses in. Carpenter dances out of the way of it, and the count runs full, 3-2. Falcons looking to get something going in a full count pitch to Carpenter. It is taken for ball 4, And Mark aboard with a walk, and a two-out base runner for Klamath Falls brings up Marcos Ulloa Ford. Ulloa Ford from Mazama High School will be continuing his education and baseball career locally. Be attending Oregon Tech in the fall and playing baseball with them in the spring. First pitch to Ulloa Ford is fouled straight back, 0-1. Fouled off the press box here at Kiger Stadium. As we hover basically right over the field of play, the view you see on mybasin.com is brought to you by a GoPro, so kind of a wide angle there. It's a nice view, but from us in the press box, it looks even more right on top of the field of play. It's an interesting vantage point as we look southeast in the Klamath Basin out towards what would be Mazama and Henley High School. Marcos Ulloa Ford pops one into center field. Battling the sun as Tyner comes in to make the catch, and that will end the inning. No runs, no hits, one runner left for the Falcons as we head to the second scoreless on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Top of the second inning in a scoreless ball game between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the Eugene Challengers. Due up this half for Eugene, Aiden Hazen, Caden Richardson, and Aiden Hibbler. That's 5, 6, 7 in the Challengers' order. In the nightcap of a doubleheader, the Challengers took game 1, 14-2. Falcons looking to at least split at home before having to travel to Swede Johnson Stadium on Monday after a full weekend of baseball in Medford. We'll take a look at the upcoming schedule for the Falcons in just a moment. The first pitch to Aiden Hazen is taken for a strike. Coming up after tonight's game for the Falcons, they've got an early morning date with the Grants Pass Nuggets tomorrow at 10 at the annual Coach K tournament in Medford. They'll also play Chico tomorrow afternoon. Then on Friday, they play Fairfield. Saturday, they play Reno. And then on Sunday, they play Roseburg. And it looks like a single coming in for Aiden Hazen on a ground ball into right field. Second hit of the day for Eugene. And that brings up Caden Richardson. After that tournament in Medford, which again ends on Sunday, the Falcons have to head up to Eugene to play the Challengers, then a day off before hitting the road again to get back to Area 4 League play when they'll play Redmond on the road at Redmond High School. 1-0 count now to Caden Richardson. Looking at the season for Richardson so far, a .241 hitter. Here's the 1-0 to him. It's taken high, 2-0. Now the count after a leadoff base runner on board. It's Aiden Hazen. Ian Meyer, the third baseman, protecting for a bunt as that pitch misses in the dirt. 3-0. It's Ulloa Ford and trying to find the strike zone here. It's a challenge a bit for the Falcons to find the strike zone. A handful of walks, a few hit batsmen in the first game helped engineer the 14-run effort from the Challengers as the 3-0 pitch finds the zone. 3-1. It looked like Richardson was taken all the way on that pitch as Aiden Hibbler waits on deck. Ulloa Ford checks the runner before coming set and delivers the 3-1 Line drive out to right field. Hamilton moving underneath it and makes the grab for the first out. Aiden Hibbler to bat now for the Challengers. Starting at third base, bats with one away and a runner aboard at first. Hibbler from North Eugene High School. Hibbler standing 6 foot tall in the right-handed batter's box, and a ground ball towards first. Eats up to Keeney, bounces over him into right field. Now heading for third is Hazen. The throw in is going to be cut off by Carpenter, and an error by Takini at first allows Hazen to move to third. Hibbler aboard at first, one away for Braden Rather. First error of the game for the Falcons. They've been snake-bitten by errors a couple of times this season. Although last game, I certainly wouldn't use it as an example. Only 2 errors in the ball game, but just at inopportune times. Here's Braden Rather, the designated hitter, as he takes strike one. Rather this season is batting .280. All 7 of his hits this year have been singles. Gets on base to the tune of .357. Middle infield set up for a double play ball as that pitch misses inside. Count even now at 1. 1-1, 1 out, 2 runners on, each at the corners. Hazen at third, Hibbler at first. Top of the second inning, scoreless in the nightcap between the Challengers and the Falcons. Pitch swung on and missed. The throw down from Shively in time, but underneath the tag is Hibbler. The throw beat him, but the tag didn't. And a stolen base for Hibbler puts 2 runners in scoring position for Rather in a 1-2 count. That throw was on the money from Shively, but Carpenter lifted his glove before applying the tag, and that split second was enough for Hibbler to slide in safely. 1-2, swung on and missed in the dirt. Throw down to first on the drop third strike. Down goes Rather. Staying put at third is Hazen, and 2 away in the inning brings up Jalen Riddle. Riddle this season for the Challengers is batting .227 with 4 RBI this year. Here's the first pitch to Riddle. It's in the dirt. Skips away from Shively. Breaking for the plate is Hazen. The throw is wild. Skips up the first base line. Now Hibbler's trying to score, and he will as well. A back-breaking moment for the Falcons allows the Challengers to get up 2-0. Going in the book is a wild pitch and then an error on Shively on the throw. Second error this inning for the Falcons as 2 unearned runs come across. And the Challengers now lead by a pair. That was a ball delivered to Riddle, so a 1-0 count to the right fielder from Eugene. And that one sails high as well, 2-0. Riddle from North Bend High School, member of the Bulldogs and graduating this past school year. Here's the 2-0 to him. Weak roller foul down the third base side, 2-1 the count. Ulloa Ford looks in, gathers the sign from Shively. That pitch finds the zone on the outer third, 2-2. A nice fastball there by Ulloa Ford to hit his spot and even things up at 2 apiece. On deck, top of the Challengers order is Easton McDonald. Here's the pitch from Ulloa Ford, fouled off. And the count will remain 2-2. Right-hander Ulloa Ford set, and the pitch swung on and missed in the dirt. Another drop third strike opportunity. And thrown out at first is Riddle. Back-to-back strikeouts to end the inning for Ulloa Ford, but a wild pitch and an error allow 2 Challengers runs to come across. 1 base hit in the inning for Eugene. No runners left. They lead 2-0 as we go to the bottom of the second inning. This is Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Comfortable and not quit. At Klamath Subaru, we built our business on that simple promise. Well, that and some of the best people you're ever going to meet. Hi, I'm Rob Cedar, General Manager at Klamath Subaru. Our 62 employees make it easy for us to live up to our comfortable, not corporate philosophy. Friendly faces, easy answers, straight talk, fairness, and exceptional service. These are the things you expect. These are the things that all of our people deliver. Our management team, sales pros, certified service and body shop techs, lot attendants, and detail experts are all 100% focused on you. Local people putting their friends and neighbors first. At Klamath Subaru, that's the only way we do business. It's comfortable, not corporate. Our team members also spend hundreds of hours each year supporting local charities and events through the Subaru Love Promise. That's the kind of people they are. We're very proud of them. They're your friends, they're your neighbors, they're glad to know you, and they want you to be glad to know them too. I'm Rob, and this is what makes us comfortable, not corporate.
Getting ready for the bottom of the second inning from Kiger Stadium as the Falcons look to rally, finding themselves down by 2. P.J. Safford, Corbin Hamilton, Colin Tacchini due up this half. That is 5, 6, 7 in the Falcons' order. Safford leading things off. P.J. getting the start in left field today. P.J. walked and flew out in the first game of a doubleheader today. This one a ground ball out towards short. In the gap, Johnson up with it and makes the throw in time. 1 pitch and 1 out in the bottom of the second inning. Brings up Corbin Hamilton, the starting right fielder for the Falcons tonight. Corbin on the bench in the first game for most of the game. But he did get 1 at-bat, and it was the final at-bat of the game. A ground ball to end the game in a mercy rule earlier today. This one's a bouncer out towards third. Fielding it on a hop was Hibbler. Strong throw across the diamond in time. 2 pitches and 2 outs here in the second, and now this brings up Colin Tacchini. Colin Tacchini for the Falcons. Looking at him in the first game today. Colin was 0 for 2, a flyout and a ground out in that game. Here's the pitch from Miller, and it's taken for a ball high, 1-0. The 1-0 fouled back. The count now 1-1 to Colin Tacchini. Cousin Jacoby waits on deck. Here's the 1-1. Swung on and missed. A ball and 2 strikes now to Tacchini. So he waved and missed at the breaking pitch from Miller. Ground ball again towards the left side. It's again Hibbler who comes up with it. 5-3 in the book, and the Falcons down in order in the second. We head to the third, with the Challengers leading 2-0 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So turn here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
Getting ready for the top of the third inning, and it's the top of the Challengers' order due up against the Falcons. Eugene finds themselves up 2-0. It's Easton McDonald, Brock Johnson, and Peyton Tyner in the third. For McDonald so far in this game, 0 for 1 with a strikeout. The Challengers scored 2 runs in the second, each of them unearned and on the same play. It was a wild pitch and a throwing error by Connor Shively behind the plate that allowed 2 Challengers' run to come across. Now, you can keep things where they are, keep this ball game where it needs to be, and that's within reaching distance. It was the 3rd inning in the first game today where things began to get out of hand for the Falcons as the Challengers plated 4 runs in the 3rd inning of the first game today and 7 more in the 5th to eventually slam the door on a Falcons win. Now an 0-2 count to McDonald. Ulloa Ford delivers, pitch taken outside, 1-2. Ulloa Ford will be pitching in the Klamath Basin next spring, although for the Oregon Tech Owls, committed earlier this year. Here's the 1-2. Bouncing ball over the, Ulloa Ford leapt off the mound to get that one. Toss on to first in time, an athletic play by the collegiate pitcher to get the first out in the 3rd. Nice play there by Ulloa Ford. Backpedaled off the back of the hill and jumped. Barely got the ball in his glove and made the easy toss for the first out. This brings up Brock Johnson. Johnson 0 for 1 today in this game as he lays down a bunt. Another opportunity for Ford. The throw on to first in time. 2 quick outs in the 3rd for the Falcons, and it brings up Peyton Tyner. Tyner singled in the first and was left stranded. It was a hard hit ball to center field. Tyner 3 hits in his last 3 at-bats dating back to the game earlier this afternoon. He's now 3 for 5 on the whole day and 1 for 1 in this ball game. Ulloa Ford with the first pitch to Tyner. That's a hard hit ball into left field. Tyner taking a big turn around first and will stay there. So another 2-out single for Tyner. He's got the hot stick. 4 base hits in a row for the center fielder from Marist Catholic, and it brings up Eli Christ. Eli Christ 0 for 1 in this ball game. He hit a ground ball towards second that Takini wound up just tagging the base to get Tyner out on the base paths. Now again in a similar spot, this time here in the 3rd inning with his team up by 2. First pitch from Ulloa Ford. It's a fastball middle in for a strike, 0-1. After Christ in the order for the Challengers is Aiden Hazen. Christ, 5A Player of the Year from Thurston High School. Thurston back-to-back 5A state champions. Another throw down from Shively in safely on the steal is Tyner. It was a strike called to Chris, so he's behind in the count 0-2. Big pitch on the way from Ulloa Ford. Here it is. It's a ground ball out towards short. Carpenter up with it. Throw on to first in time, and that will end the inning. No runs, 1 base hit, 1 runner left for the Challengers. They lead the Falcons 2-0 as we go to the bottom of the 3rd on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals
that is second to none. We're proud to call Klamath Falls our home.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool. On the field. Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah!
Be great.
Participate!
Jacoby Takini, Ian Meyer, and Max Price to lead things off for the Falcons, trailing 2-0 against the Eugene Challengers in the nightcap of an Area 4 doubleheader on mybasin.com. My name is Josh Eldridge. So glad you could be with us from legendary Kiger Stadium, just next door to the Klamath County Fairgrounds. By the way, how about the Klamath County Fair this year, bringing 3 shows again? Young Gravy, Pecos in the Rooftops, Billy Currington. Keep your eyes on mybasin.com. I'm sure we'll give you a chance to win tickets to those concerts as well at the beginning of August after the American Legion season is concluded. Should be a lot of fun. But here at Kiger Stadium, 325 down either line, 350 to left and right center, 385 to dead center field. A great place and a great night for baseball in the Klamath Basin. Falcons down 2-0, and it's a 1-0 count to Jacoby Takini to get things started in the third. Takini getting his first taste of action in this ball game as he fouls that one back 1-1. Takini earlier today was 0 for 2, a couple of groundouts towards shortstop in the opening game of a doubleheader tonight. 1-1 to Takini after the foul ball. That's hard hit to left field, but right at Richardson to make the catch for the first out. Brings up Ian Meyer. Meyer was starting on the bench in game 1 today, but he did get one at bat, and it was a strikeout in the 5th inning. Meyer hoping to, well, now that he gets to play the full game, make a statement about it. Batting .357 this year. The first pitch to him is taken wide for a ball, 1-0. It's only the second time that Ian had struck out all season. This one's hit out towards right, and that could get down, and it will. Rattling around down by the foul line, Meyer takes a turn around first, but stays put. A 1-out single to right field. Meyer goes opposite field to get on base. And that brings up the top of the order in Max Price. Price 0 for 1 in this ball game, but a double in the first game, hoping to repeat that fortune. Try to get his team back even or at least within run with a ball in the gap. Price leads his team in average, .464, gets on base 50% of the time, and has 5 RBI this season. Here's the first pitch to him. Popped foul out of play behind home plate and an 0-1 count to Max Price. Price will graduate Henley High School in 2027, standing 5'8" in the right-handed batter's box. Here's the 0-1. Price takes that pitch, looked like a breaking ball, started in the zone and broke out of the zone. Evens the count at 1. With 1 out in the bottom of the third, Eugene leads Klamath Falls 2-0. The 1-1. That one is also flared foul. Count moves now to 1-2. Hit out over by the fairgrounds, which I had mentioned. After Price in the order is Connor Shively. As Price awaits the 1-2. Here it is. That one taken, strike 3 called. Price looked at the fastball and is sent packing for the second out in the third inning. That brings up Connor Shively. Here's the pitch to Shively, offered up at and missed. Might have got a piece of it. Regardless, ended up in the catcher's glove and an 0-1 count to Shively. Hoping to make up for the error that he committed in the second inning that allowed 2 challengers' runs to score. There's a big gap on the right side of the field for the left-handed hitting Shively as he takes ball 1 in. Interesting thing about Connor, though, as a left-handed bat, predominantly is an opposite field hitter. In fact, in practice, when in the prep season, Shively was a member of the Hornets. They take batting practice, and just about everybody would station up on the left side of the field, over by shortstop, third base, left field. They called it the Shively shift in batting practice because he rarely pulls the baseball. Here behind in the count, a ball and 2 strikes. Looking in is Miller. Shakes off the first sign he gets from Hazen, but now comes set. Here's the pitch. That one's taken in the dirt outside, bobbled by Hazen, but Meyer staying put at first, and a 2-2 count. Coaching the base paths for the Falcons, Sean Teeters at third. Head coach Pete Whistler down at first base. Pete Whistler, a long-time coach in the Basin, was the head coach of the Falcons in 1996 when they won the state championship. As Connor Shively offers up at the 2-2 pitch and misses. That will end the inning on a strikeout from Shively. No runs come across, but one base hit and one runner left for the Falcons as we head to the fourth, with Klamath Falls trailing Eugene 2-0 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires. I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So it's right here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Getting ready for the top of the fourth inning, and the challengers of Eugene lead the Falcons of Klamath Falls 2-0. 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors for Eugene. They've left 2 runners on base. No runs on 1 hit for the Falcons. They've committed 2 errors, and they've left 2 runners on base. Due up this half for the challengers is Aiden Hazen, Caden Richardson, and Aiden Hibbler. That is 5, 6, 7 in the order, as Marcos Ulloa Ford enters his 4th inning of work. First pitch in the dirt, 1-0. Taking a look at the season stats for Ulloa Ford. If he records 1 out in this inning, it will be his longest outing of the season. That pitch misses low, 2-0. Ulloa Ford worked 3 innings on June 6th against Medford. He worked 2 more against Grants Pass on June 11th. 1 more against Grants Pass on the 20th, and then pitched against Hillsdale back on Sunday. He worked 3 innings. And a 2-1 count now to Aiden Hazen. Bouncing ball out towards short. Carpenter plays it on a hop. Throw on to Dakini at first is in time for the out. Good play there by the shorthanded shortstop Carpenter. Making the routine play to record the out. It brings up Caden Richardson. Richardson 0 for 1 in this ball game. A fly out to right field. That was in the second. Richardson from Pleasant Hill High School. One of only 2 challengers from Pleasant Hill. He plans to continue his education and baseball career at Lynn Benton Community College. Pleasant Hill this season finished 21-7, and they lost in the 3A semifinal. A big part of that, Caden Richardson, even in the count, a ball and a strike. In the Legion season for Richardson, batting .241. 5 walks, 7 strikeouts, 7 RBIs, and 8 runs scored for Richardson as well, as he finds himself ahead in the count, 2-1. Swung on and missed, and now the count 2-2 to Caden Richardson. On deck, Aiden Hibbler. Coaching down in the third base box for the challengers, also their head coach. So he gets out of the way of that foul ball, Mr. Kenny Niles. He was coach at Churchill High School for 8 seasons, won a state championship there in 2017. Then in 2021, took over at North Eugene High School. trying to rebuild North Eugene and gets to play at Swede Johnson Stadium where the Challengers' home field is as well. The 2-2 taken for strike three. Ulloa Ford freezes up Richardson for the second out in the inning. Coach Niles doing a good job in North Eugene, though. Turned around a program which hadn't had much success into nearly a 500 ball club in 2023. 12-14 their overall record, and this might even be sweeter for Coach Ken Niles. They beat Churchill 2 out of 3 games that they played in this season. A ground ball out towards second. Takini in the gap, throws on to Takini, and the out is made. 3 up, 3 down in this inning for the Challengers. And that will end the inning. 2-0, Eugene leads Klamath Falls as we head to the bottom of the fourth on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Comfortable and not corporate. At Klamath Falls Subaru, we built our business on that simple promise. Well, that and some of the best people you're ever going to meet. Hi, I'm Rob Cedar, General Manager at Klamath Falls Subaru. Our 62 employees make it easy for us to live up to our comfortable, not corporate philosophy. Friendly faces, easy answers, straight talk, fairness, and exceptional service. These are the things you expect. These are the things that all of our people deliver. Our management team, sales pros, certified service and body shop techs, lot attendants, and detail experts are all 100% focused on you. Local people putting their friends and neighbors first. At Klamath Falls Subaru, that's the only way we do business. It's comfortable, not corporate. Our team members also spend hundreds of hours each year supporting local charities and events through the Subaru Love Promise. That's the kind of people they are. We're very proud of them. They're your friends, they're your neighbors, they're glad to know you, and they want you to be glad to know them too. I'm Rob, and this is what makes us comfortable, not corporate.
And we welcome you back to Kiger Stadium. Bottom of the fourth inning, and the Challengers lead the Klamath Falls Falcons 2-0. Middle of the order, due up for the Falcons, Mark Carpenter, Marcos Ulloa Ford, P.J. Safford coming up as the Falcons try to rally down only by 2. Not out of it by any means. Here's the first pitch coming up to Mark Carpenter. Pitch in the dirt. 1-0. This is one of 2 Area 4 League contests going on tonight. Happening in Roseburg right now. The Doc Stewarts leading Grants Pass 3-2 in the bottom of the fourth inning at Champion Car Wash Field. Here's the 1-0 to Carpenter. And that pitch is taken as well, 2-0. Grants Pass, talking about them. A team that started the year 0-14, picked up their first win of the season against Roseburg earlier today when they shut down the Docs 2-0. Carpenter hits a fly ball right field. Moving over is the right fielder Riddle and can't make the catch on the run. He banged up against the fence and he's staying down. Carpenter headed for third and he is going to stay at third. A leadoff triple for Mark Carpenter. That is his 5th triple of the season, but now you want to make sure Riddle's okay in right. He was on the run, sort of leapt and didn't quite get his feet underneath it and banged up along the chain link fence over there in front of the patio in right field. Seems to be okay. He's trying to walk it off. And now we'll see if there's any changes coming as we see some coaches coming out. See if anything is on after the leadoff triple by Carpenter. That's the kind of business you want to get into if you're the Falcons. Leadoff extra base hit to try to help you get back into this game. And Carpenter, for the second time today, going opposite field to pick up a base hit. Shows some growth from the 4A Player of the Year, who predominantly was a pull hitter in the prep season, but going opposite field twice and frankly looking good doing it. Makes him 1 for 1 on the day. This brings up Marcos Ulloa Ford with a prime RBI opportunity. Nobody out and a runner 90 feet away. Ulloa Ford 0 for 1 in this ball game. He flew out to center field. This time swings and comes up empty on a pitch, and 0-1. The count to Ulloa Ford. P.J. Safford waits on deck, hoping for an RBI opportunity himself. The 0-1 on the way to Ford. That one almost hit Ulloa Ford. It Looked like it was about to. Might have been a changeup and just dropped right below the elbow of Marcos. The count, a ball and a strike to the Klamath Falls pitcher, hoping to help out his own cause in the bottom of the fourth inning, a game in which his team trails Eugene 2-0. Marcos ran into one, sent one to the left center field gap, and it's off the wall. Mark Carpenter's going to score with ease, and Uloa Ford pulls into second with an RBI double, and the Falcons now trail 2-1. A well-hit ball to left center field, rattled up against the wall. And Uloa Ford at second base, bringing up P.J. Safford, getting the RBI opportunity he was probably thinking about in the on-deck circle. But this will prompt a visit from Aiden Hazen, the catcher behind home plate. As he talks it over with his pitcher, I want to remind you that tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Klamath Falls Subaru. Through the Subaru Love Promise and Subaru Share the Love events, Klamath Falls Subaru has donated thousands of dollars to dozens of hometown charities. Comfortable and not corporate at Klamath Falls Subaru on Washburn Way. Stop by and say hi. 2-1 ball game. And P.J. Safford bats with a runner in scoring position. The Falcons find themselves down 1, but are rallying or trying to build a rally here in the fourth. After Safford, Corbin Hamilton waits on deck. P.J. in a big spot here. The pitch taken low for a ball. Safford batting 156, not the season he would have hoped for so far. Safford does have 4 RBI on the season and has the third most walks on the team. So he has a good understanding of the strike zone and has been hitting the ball hard, but just right at people. This one's a fly ball into right field, and Marcos not going to tag. And so a fly out is the first out in the fourth, and that brings up Corbin Hamilton. Hamilton 0 for 1 today. He grounded out to third in the second inning. Corbin this season is batting 143. Hoping for a change of fortunes himself with the tying run in scoring position at about the halfway point in this ballgame. Here's the pitch. That pitch skips to the plate, but knocked down by Hazen. A nice job behind the plate to keep Uloa Ford right where he is. And a 1-0 count to Corbin Hamilton. Hamilton, an honorable mention in the Skyline Conference after just his freshman season. Excited to see this young man grow into a good ball player. Here's the 1-0 on the way to Corbin as Miller comes set with it. The pitch. That pitch finds the inner third. Hamilton thought it might hit him, so he kind of stretched out, maybe trying to get away from it, but graced the inner third and called a strike. Count even now at 1 with 1 out and a runner at second. At the bottom of the fourth inning in a 2-1 ball game. The 1-1. Hamilton takes a strike, middle of the plate, knee high. A ball and 2 strikes now to Corbin with Colin Tacchini waiting on deck. An opportunity that you don't want to squander. You don't know if you're going to get it again for the Falcons with a runner in scoring position and 1 out. Miller shakes off Hazen. Time is called, and Hazen trying to refresh the sign from the dugout. And here we go now. Miller looks set, ready to go with the 1-2 pitch. Miller kicks and fires. Check swing. Hamilton held up in time. The throw down to second is going to get into center field. Advancing to third is Uloa Ford, and he slides in safely. Hazen caught the ball, tried to throw down to second, potentially to pick off Uloa Ford, but the ball kind of slipped right between the second baseman McDonald and Marcos and skipped into center field. Marcos advanced to third. Now 90 feet away from scoring with 1 out. Just about anything could do it in a 2-2 count to Corbin Hamilton. Here's the pitch. Infield in for the challengers. Pitch taken outside. Ball 3 in the count. Runs full. Set is Miller and delivers the 3-2. Fouled off. We'll do it again with a full count. It's Corbin Hamilton putting up a good battle at the plate in a big spot. These are the kind of at-bats that even if you don't get the result you're looking for, you still, I think, feel good about this at-bat. Full count, runner in scoring position, infield in. A hard hit ball in the infield could sneak through. Here's the full count. That one's hit out towards left center. In the gap. Over is Tyner to make the grab. Ulloa Ford tagging. The throw in is late, and we are tied in the bottom of the fourth inning. Knotted up at 2 on a sacrifice fly from Corbin Hamilton. Gives us 2 outs in the inning, and the base is empty. That brings up Colin Tacchini. Give Corbin his 5th RBI of the season. And Colin Tacchini bats now with 2 outs, and the base is empty. 0 for 1 is Tacchini. And he takes strike 1 here. Tacchini grounded out to third in his first at-bat this game. Colin from Lakeview, the only Lakeview honker on this Falcons roster. So he comes up empty on that pitch, 0-2. After Colin Tacchini, Jacoby Tacchini hoping for an opportunity, but he won't get it. Strike 3 swung on and missed by Colin, and that will end the inning. But the Falcons tie us here in the 4th. 2 runs on 2 hits, no runners left, no challenger errors as we head to the 5th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires. I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So turn here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Braden Rather to lead things off for the Eugene Challengers here in the top of the 5th inning. Score tied at 2 between the Falcons and the Challengers in the nightcap of a doubleheader on the opening night of Area 4 League play for the Falcons. 8-9-1 for Eugene due up. Again, Rather leading things off. He's 0 for 1 in this ball game with a strikeout in the second. Ulloa Ford entering his 5th inning of work in the start. This is the deepest he's worked into any ball game this Legion season after being picked to 3rd team All-State out of Mazama High School in the prep season. Here's the 0-1. Off-speed pitch, grounded out towards second, but past the glove of Tacchini and into center field. A leadoff single for Braden Rather. That'll give the Challengers their 4th hit of the night. And it brings up Jalen Riddle. Score update from up north in Roseburg. The Doc Stewarts leading the Grants Pass Nuggets 4-2 in the 5th inning in the nightcap from Legion Field. Here's the first pitch to Riddle. Swung on and missed. 0-1. Riddle 0 for 1 in this ballgame with a strikeout in the second. Low Ford has done a nice job of finding his spots out there. Haven't been too many hard hit balls against him tonight. It's the middle infield set up for a double play, and the third baseman Meyer in on the grass. Here's the pitch. Showing bunt. Down in front of Marcos. He's going to go to first, get the sure thing out as Rather advances to second on the fielder's choice. And one away for the top of the Challengers order, it's Easton McDonald. McDonald 0 for 2 in this ball game with a strikeout and a ground out. Earlier today, though, 2 for 4 in the opening game and scored 2 runs in the process. First pitch, the left-handed hitting McDonald. Hit shallow left field, could be trouble, and Mark Carpenter, the shortstop, ranging into the outfield to make the catch. 2 away in the 5th, and it brings up Brock Johnson. Kind of a scary moment there. We saw a ball hit similarly in the first game tonight that ended up dropping on a collision between the shortstop and the left fielder. But Carpenter and Safford, if you expect any two guys to be on the same page, it's those two. Spending most of their free time together. Probably a pair of some of the best friends that you see around baseball nowadays. Pitch is taken for a ball outside, 1-0 to Brock Johnson. Johnson 0 for 2 in this one. A fly out in the first, a ground out in the third. Here's the 1-0. Hit foul sharply. And a 1-1 count now to Brock Johnson. Leads his team in at-bats, hits, and singles. He bats .324 this season. Go-ahead run in scoring position with 2 outs in the 5th. The pitch is taken in, must have been in. 2-1. The count to Brock Johnson. Peyton Tyner waits on deck for the challengers. Pitch fouled off. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and a runner on second in a 2-2 ball game. Top of the 5th inning of the nightcap between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the Eugene Challengers. Uloa Ford comes set after getting the sign from Shively. Kicks and fires. Ground ball to first. Takini up with it. Takes it to the bag himself, and that will end the inning. No runs on 1 hit. 1 runner left for the Challengers in the 5th. We go to the bottom half, tied at 2 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place home. And then I heard your voice. I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
Bottom of the 5th inning, tied up at 2 between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the Eugene Challengers. Jacoby Takini, Ian Meyer, Max Price. That's 8, 9, and 1 in the Falcons' order. They scored 2 in the bottom half of the 4th. Now here in the 5th, hoping to take a lead for the first time in tonight's games, as this is a nightcap of a doubleheader. First game went the way of the Challengers, 14-2. This game, at least so far, has proved different. Falcons, under head coach Pete Whistler, hoping to make the necessary changes to come away with at least 1 win at home. Might start here in the 5th. First pitch to Takini. Hit shallow center field. Over is the second baseman McDonald. He'll make the catch. 1 pitch and 1 away in the 5th. We've got Ian Meyer to bat now for the Falcons. 1 for 1 in this ball game. He singled in the 3rd and was left stranded. Kyle Miller, the right-hander for Eugene, a product of Thurston High School, back-to-back state champions in 2023 and 2024. As a matter of fact, Thurston beat West Albany each time by a score of 2-1 each time. This most recent game played at PK Park in Eugene, the home of the University of Oregon. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Meyer, misses outside, 1-1. Between games, the Falcons suffered a tough loss, 14-2. As the 1-1 finds the zone inside 1-2. Trying to get some fire in the belly of the Falcons, Coach Pete Whistler had a few words, I'm sure, for his team, not many of which I can repeat on the broadcast as the 1-2 fouled off, stays that way. Whistler, a longtime coach in the Basin. We talked about it, 1996 state champions, not only with these Falcons, but also Mazama High School that season. He was the 1996 Oregon Baseball Coach of the Year, as Meyer fouls that one off, 1-2. Coach Whistler has coached at Klamath Union, was a graduate of Klamath Union, coached at Mazama a couple years ago, has coached at Henley. He's coached in the minor leagues. He's coached in independent league ball. He's done just about everything you could in the game of baseball. And at Oregon Tech as well. And now has to get these Falcons ready for potentially a long Area 4 season ahead of them. Just getting things started tonight, but hoping to get at least a split at home. Here's the 2-2. Pitch misses wide. The count is now full. 3-2. After Meyer in the order, it's the top of the Falcons lineup with Max Price next. Full count pitch, skips in the dirt, and Meyer aboard again. Second time today, reached first on a single, now aboard on a walk. And in comes Max Price. Price 0 for 2 in this ball game. He grounded out and struck out in the first and third innings. 12 of Price's 13 hits this season have been singles. That's all you need. His one double on the season came earlier today in the first game of a doubleheader. His first extra base hit of the year. And hoping to continue that trend, although you'd take just about anything right now if you're the Falcons trying to take the lead in the bottom of the fifth. Move over to first, back safely is Meyer. Talked plenty about Coach Whistler. How about his assistants? Coach Sean Teeters and Coach Craig Connor, both assistants out at Henley. As that pitch is fouled back. Moving our camera around a little bit, you see how close we are to the field of play in the press box here at Kiger. A lot of history here at Kiger Stadium, and you walk the halls that are down below the bleachers, not access that many people get, but you see the giant artwork that says 1968 Babe Ruth World Series. That was the site here. The Falcons also hosted the 1970 American Legion World Series only 1 year after finishing runner-up. They lost to Memphis in 1969, 4-3 in the American Legion World Series. It's the farthest that they've ever made it. Also were state champions in 1960, 1964. They three-peated in 1966 through 68. They won it again in 74, 87, 96, and their most recent state championship was before most of these players were even born in the year 2000. It's the last Oregon State Championship for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Max Price. Checks his swing. It misses high. The count runs full. 3-2 with one out and a runner on first in a tie ball game. Max Price trying to get on base for Connor Shively, who bats next. The 3-2. Head out towards left center field. Coming in is the left fielder Richardson to make the catch for the second out. Connor Shively to bat now for the Falcons. 0 for 2 today, a pair of strikeouts. Shively looking to make strong contact with this pitch and maybe find the gap. It's going to be tough to score Meyer even on a hard hit ball in the gap, but a couple of runners in scoring position for Mark Carpenter, who's on deck. Well, hey, that never hurts. 0-1 the count to Shively. Connor in the first game today was 1 for 1. Shively fouls that one back. Count moves now to 0-2 to the Falcons catcher. Second team All-State in the 4A class. Shively bats .250 this season for the Falcons. Behind in the count 0-2, going to have to choke up and get defensive against Kyle Miller. That pitch misses low, 1-2. Miller's done a decent job tonight of missing the barrel of bats. He's also got quite a few swings and misses as well. 4 strikeouts on the game from Miller, and he's ahead of Shively, 1-2. The pitch. That pitch skips in the dirt as well, 2-2. Shively laying off some pitches that were not close as he looks to get on base. Ian Meyer, who's on first right now, reached via the walk a few minutes ago. No movement in the Eugene bullpen either. Kyle Miller's been throwing well. Here's the 2-2. That's hit out towards center field. Going back is Tyner on the run, backpedaling to make the catch to end the inning. No runs, no hits, 1 runner left for the Falcons as we go top 6, tied at 2 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between. We keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Top of the 6th inning from Kiger Stadium in Klamath Falls as the home team, Klamath Falls Falcons, and the Eugene Challengers are tied at 2. Take a look at the line score for both teams. 2 runs on 4 hits and 1 error for Eugene. They've left 3 runners on base. Klamath Falls, 2 runs on 3 hits, 2 errors, and they have also left 3 runners on base. 3-4-5 due up for Eugene this inning. In the top of the 6th, it'll be Peyton Tyner, Eli Christ, and Aiden Hazen. Marcos Ulloa Ford still pitching for the Falcons. He's been throwing well to this point. Each of the runs that have come across for the Challengers unearned against him. It was a wild pitch and an E2 on the throw that allowed 2 runs to score in the 2nd inning. Since then, Ulloa Ford has pitched very, very well. First pitch here misses low, 1-0 to Peyton Tyner. Tyner's 2 for 2 today. He's been seeing Marcos well. A couple of line drives into center field. The 1-0 misses, 2-0. The count to Tyner. Tyner ripped the heart out of Hornets fans everywhere in the prep season when for Marist he hit a 3-run home run to tie a ball game in the 7th inning in the state semifinal. Here, hits a roller out to short, and a strong throw from Carpenter beats Tyner. 6-3 in the book, and 1 away here in the 6th inning. Brings up Eli Christ, the 5A Player of the Year, has been held hitless in this contest. A couple of groundouts on the ledger for him, although earlier today, Christ was 3 for 4 with 3 RBIs in the 14-2 Challengers win that we saw earlier this afternoon at Kiger. Talked plenty about the history for the Falcons last half inning. How about taking a look at the history for the Challengers? 4 state championships, including runner-ups last season. Their most recent championship was the 2021 year. So the 1-1 is a grounder towards short. Carpenter again charging and makes the play for the 2nd out. Brings up Aiden Hazen. Other championships for the Eugene Challengers aside from 2021. They also won it in 2012, in 1999, and 1985. I can remember in 2019 when Coach Niles took over this ball club, they started flirting with greatness a bit. There's a game here at Kiger Stadium when the Falcons were hosting the 4A state championship game, a game that the Challengers and the Medford Mustangs might have been one of the greatest games I've seen played here at Kiger. It was a 3-0 game until the top of the 7th inning when the Challengers were leading. Medford rallied. They scored 3 runs in the 7th. Eugene came back, scored 1 more in the 8th. And then Medford, they finally scored 2 more in the bottom half of the 8th inning to steal a win and advance to the state championship game, a championship which they would eventually win, part of their streak of 7 Oregon State championships in a row. Here's the 2-1. Hard hit deep to left field, and that one is carrying. That one is off the wall. Hit a hard bounce off the wall, rattled back in towards the infield by about 15 or so feet. Are they going to say that hit the post perhaps above the wall? Or did it hit off the top of the wall? Let's see, we've got time on the field. I think the umpires, coach for Eugene, out of the dugout. Let's see. They're going to say that was just a double. They thought maybe it hit the wood planks that stick over the fence out at Kiger that are by the Kiger Stadium sign, but in fact it was just high off the wall. Looked like it had a chance off the bat, but instead a 2-out double for Hazen brings up Caden Richardson. Richardson takes a pitch high and in, 1-0. Richardson 0 for 2 today, a flyout and a strikeout in the 2nd and 4th innings. Richardson bats .241 this year and takes a strike there, 1-1. Richardson had 3 extra base hits in the first game today, a triple in the 3rd, another triple in the 5th, and then a 2 RBI double later on in the 5th, an inning in which the Challengers scored 7 runs. And we've got Coach Connor, the pitching coach, coming out for the Falcons, having a conversation here with Marcos and the catcher Connor Shively as they chatted over on the mound. We'll remind you that tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Abby's Legendary Pizza. If you're looking for a great place to eat, head to one of Abby's Legendary Pizza locations for some of the best pizza in the Klamath Basin. 1919 Austin Street or 2226 Shalleck Street near OIT. Abby's Legendary Pizza is a proud supporter of us here on mybasin.com, and they've been supporting high school athletics for quite some time. A 1-1 count to Caden Richardson. As the meeting on the mound is concluded, Uloa Ford sticking in the game, and here's the pitch. Swung on and missed, a 1-2 count after the fastball caused Richardson to chase out of the zone. Aiden Hazen standing on second with a double. For him, by the way, that is his 6th double of the season, tied now for the team lead. Tied with Eli Christ. A 2-2 count to Caden Richardson. Aiden Hibbler waits on deck. The 2-2. Swung on and missed, and Uloa Ford escapes the jam. No runs, 1 hit, 1 runner left in the 6th, and we go to the bottom half next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Comfortable and not corporate. At Klamath Subaru, we built our business on that simple promise. Well, that and some of the best people you're ever going to meet. Hi, I'm Rob Cedar, General Manager at Klamath Subaru. Our 62 employees make it easy for us to live up to our comfortable, not corporate philosophy. Friendly faces, easy answers, straight talk, fairness, and exceptional service. These are the things you expect. These are the things that all of our people deliver. Our management team, sales pros, certified service and body shop techs, lot attendants, and detail experts are all 100% focused on you. Local people putting their friends and neighbors first. At Klamath Subaru, that's the only way we do business. It's comfortable, not corporate. Our team members also spend hundreds of hours each year supporting local charities and events through the Subaru Love Promise. That's the kind of people they are. We're very proud of them. They're your friends, they're your neighbors, they're glad to know you, and they want you to be glad to know them too. I'm Rob, and this is what makes us comfortable, not corporate.
Tied up at 2 in the bottom of the 6th inning. The Klamath Falls Falcons, chance to take a lead. Middle of the order due up. Mark Carpenter, Marcos Ulloa Ford, PJ Safford, the guys you'd like to try and start a rally for these Falcons. Try to take one away from Eugene here on their home field at Kiger Stadium in Klamath Falls. The Falcons and the Challengers will have another crack at each other on Monday, but that'll be at Swede Johnson Stadium in Eugene after the Falcons get done with another long tournament in Medford, the Coach K tournament, ranging from tomorrow all the way through Sunday. And then Monday, the Falcons, again, will be back at it against these Challengers. Here's Mark Carpenter stepping into the right-handed batter's box, awaiting the first pitch. Carpenter fouls it straight back. The count now 0-1. Appreciate you joining us for our inaugural broadcast of the season on mybasin.com and 104.3 and 960 Sports. We'll be with you for every Area 4 league game this season. So an 0-1 is hit out towards right center field. Moving over is Tyner, but that's going to get down in the gap. Carpenter rounding first, headed for second, sliding in safely, and a leadoff double for Carpenter. His second extra base hit of the day has the Falcons in business in the bottom of the 6th. Brings up Marcos Ulloa Ford, 1 for 2 today. Marcos hit a double into the gap his last time up and would eventually come around to score. Mark Carpenter representing the go-ahead run in the late innings. Marcos this season bats .276, the right-hander from Mazama and commit to Oregon Tech. And we've got another meeting on the mound coming up. Haven't seen anybody warming up in the Challengers bullpen. We'll see if this is just a conversation or if a move is to be made. But while they discuss, we'll remind you that tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Picking the right path can make the journey easier, the distance shorter, and can assure that you end up at the right place. Whether you're dreaming of owning a home or you just want a great checking account, Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union can help you reach your goals. Also want to remind you while we have a moment, tonight's umpires, part of the Klamath Falls Umpires Association, I know they're always looking for new folks to get involved, earn a bit of money, and stay involved in the game of baseball. Whether you're here in town or maybe you're watching from the Emerald City in Eugene and you want to get involved and be a part of the game, check out your local officials association, your local umpires association. They're always looking for new folks. It's a great way to stay involved. Here's Marcos Ulloa Ford. Steps back in with a runner at second. Mark Carpenter representing the go-ahead run, and they're going to intentionally walk him in favor of pitching to PJ Safford. Safford has hit a couple of balls real hard today, but has yet to find some green out there. This would be a perfect opportunity for PJ to break out of a season-long slump so far. Corners in, possibly protecting bunt for Safford. Trying to move both runners into scoring position with Carpenter at second and Ulloa Ford at first. Nobody out in the bottom of the 6th. And Corbin Hamilton due up next. Pitch to Safford. Safford showing bunt. Lays one down the first base line. Up with it is the first baseman, Christ. But both runners move up. Safford doing his job. 2 runners in scoring position now for Corbin Hamilton. Go-ahead run and some insurance on the base paths with 1 away for the Falcons. Hamilton a sacrifice fly and an RBI in his last at-bat in the 4th inning. Other than that, he's grounded out. Infield in for the Challengers, trying to stop that go-ahead run from coming in to score. Here's the pitch from Miller. Taken for a strike on the outer third. 0-1 the count to Corbin. Hamilton bats .143 this season, 4 RBI. Another Falcon who's looking to break out of a season-long slump. What a way to do it in Area 4 league play. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Hamilton. On its way from Miller. Swung on and fouled off. 0-2 the count to Hamilton. Colin Tacchini waits on deck. And I believe, given Hazen a moment, perhaps he took that foul ball, I think on his throwing arm. Might have bounced off his shoulder or something, but regardless, looks like we're about ready for baseball again. While we have a break in the action, want to give you a score update from Roseburg, the second of a doubleheader at Legion Field as the Doc Stewart's lead Grants Pass 7-2. Game 1 was won by the Nuggets. Roseburg leading here in Game 2, and Falcons hoping for a similar position where the road team beats you in Game 1 and an opportunity maybe, just maybe, to take the lead here in the nightcap. Challengers infield again playing in an 0-2 count to Hamilton. He calls time. Miller hasn't moved. He's yet to come set, looks as relaxed as ever. Now the right-hander comes set. Here's the 0-2. Hamilton gets one through into left field. Carpenter's going to score. They're going to hold Uloa 4 to third, and the Falcons lead 3-2 on an RBI single from Corbin Hamilton. Huge base knock there for Corbin, and that brings up Colin Tacchini. Second RBI of the day for Hamilton, scores Carpenter, gives his team the lead. Uloa Ford advanced to third, still one away, but a double play is in order for the Challengers. Middle infield at double play depth, and the third baseman Hibbler in on the grass. Going to try to field it quickly. Don't be surprised a ball hit on the corners. They come home with it. Swung on and missed. Tacchini behind at the count 0-1. On deck after Colin Tacchini is Jacoby Tacchini. Here's the 0-1 from Miller. Slow roller out in front of the mound. Gets past him. Now to the shortstop, Johnson. Strong throw to first. Takes him off the bag. He's safe, and a run scores on the play. Falcons lead 4-2 on an RBI from Colin Tacchini. And that brings up Jacoby Tacchini. Back-to-back RBI singles for the Falcons, and they're up 4-2. Trying to keep the rally going now is Jacoby Tacchini, who's 0 for 2 today, a couple of flyouts. That's hit out towards center field. Moving in is Tyner. He'll make the grab for the second out. Ian Meyer to bat now for the Falcons. A single and a walk. A couple of trips to first base, but that's where each of his trip around the base paths have ended, is at first, stranded each time. Now an opportunity, though, with the base knock to add a bit of insurance for the seventh. The Falcons lead 4-2 in the bottom of the sixth inning. Runners at first and second, and the pitch is taken for a ball. At second, it's Corbin Hamilton. At first, it's Colin Tacchini. Each of those men picking up RBI singles this inning and helping their team claim the lead in the bottom of the sixth. Here's the pitch to Meyer. Meyer hits one out to right center field. Coming in is the right fielder Riddle. He will make the catch on the run to end the inning. But the Falcons strike for 2 on 3 base hits in the inning, and they lead 4-2 as we head to the top of the 7th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon, soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
They Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So turn here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
Top of the 7th inning, and the Falcons lead the Challengers 4-2. Bottom of the Challengers order, Aiden Hibbler, Braden Rather, and Jalen Riddle. 7, 8, 9 as Eugene faces their final 3 outs on the road here at Kiger Stadium. The Falcons looking to close out their first win in Area 4 league play, and Marcos Ulloa Ford looking for the complete game out there on the hill. He fires in ball 1, start the at-bat. Hibbler is 0 for 2 today, reached on an error and scored in the 2nd and grounded out in the 4th. This one bounces one out towards the mound. Tough play to make for Ulloa Ford. Strong for the first in time for the first out. Braden Rather to bat now, 1 for 2 today for the Challengers. A strikeout in the 2nd. He singled and was left stranded in the 5th. The Challengers down to their final 2 outs tonight at Kiger Stadium. Ulloa Ford comes set with it, kicks and delivers. That one called a strike. The fastball on the outer third, 0-1. The pitch from Ulloa Ford, hit sharply foul out towards the restrooms down the first base side. 0-2. Ulloa Ford comes set, kicks and fires. Strike 3 called against Rather. He's down looking. And now the Falcons one out away from their first Area 4 win of the 2024 season. Jalen Riddle bats now, 0 for 2 today. He struck out and was out in a fielder's choice in the 5th inning. Swung on and missed. Riddle behind in the count now, 0-1. Ulloa Ford bringing the heat. You can hear the sound of the glove as the baseball connects. It's a great sound. 0-1. The pitch to Riddle. That one's hit hard towards left, down in front of Safford, the left fielder, and it gets by him. Now trying to get to second is Riddle, and he will. Tying run now at the plate, top of the Challengers order for Easton McDonald. Mark it a base hit and an error. Third error of the day for the Falcons as Safford just kind of let that one get underneath his glove out there and left. And this will bring up Easton McDonald. Going to have a runner come in for Riddle as well. Oh, pardon me. I guess Riddle's staying out there. He headed to the dugout to get his gear off. We've got Coach Connor coming out of the bullpen to have a chat with Ulloa Ford. Looks like we're going to have a substitution come out of the dugout. It looks like Ryan Douglas is headed out to center. Max Price is going to go to left. Safford is coming into the dugout. And we'll see if he stays in the dugout or if he takes over for Ulloa Ford on the mound. Safford taken out of the game, or at least defensively out of the game in the meantime, so that's the only change. So Max Price moves to left. Ryan Douglas moves to center, and that's it. Ulloa Ford still on the mound for the Falcons as they search for their final out and their first Area 4 league win of the season. Standing between them and a victory is Easton McDonald. 0 for 3 today is McDonald. A strikeout, a groundout, and a flyout in this game. McDonald bats .283 on the season and has 2 RBI this year in the leadoff spot for the Challengers. Here he takes ball 1 wide. 1-0. Shively gives the sign to Uloa Ford, sets up outside. That pitch misses and gets off the glove of Shively, skips to the backstop, and that will be a passed ball. Advancing now to third is Riddle. In a 2-0 count, and the tying run at the plate in Easton McDonald. Can't let him get on base, although that runner at third itself doesn't matter too much in the grand scheme of things. Here's the 2-0 from Uloa Ford. That one's called a strike on the outside. A good hard fastball from the righty from Azama. 2-1 the count. Uloa Ford comes set. Shively again, setting up outside. Here's the pitch. Hit foul. Count even now at 2. The Challengers down to their final strike of the evening. Falcons up by 2 runs. There is a runner at third for the Challengers. Uloa Ford comes set with it. The 2-2. Looked at for ball 3. Hear the groans from the home supporters at Kiger Stadium. A couple of players on the field as well showing that they don't necessarily agree with the call either. I can't say I blame them. Here's the full count pitch on its way to McDonald. Swung on and missed, and that is the ball game. The Falcons 1-1 in league play, and they take one at home from the Challengers of Eugene. We'll be back to recap all the action that we saw tonight, this game, and the one before it. It's all coming up next as we continue your coverage of Falcons baseball from Kiger Stadium on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Sports kind of defined me as a person. I love to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon, soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Comfortable and not corporate. At Klamath Subaru, we built our business on that simple promise. Well, that and some of the best people you're ever going to meet. Hi, I'm Rob Cedar, General Manager at Klamath Subaru. Our 62 employees make it easy for us to live up to our comfortable, not corporate philosophy. Friendly faces, easy answers, straight talk, fairness, and exceptional service. These are the things you expect. These are the things that all of our people deliver. Our management team, sales pros, certified service and body shop techs, lot attendants, and detail experts are all 100% focused on you. Local people putting their friends and neighbors first. At Klamath Subaru, that's the only way we do business. It's comfortable, not corporate. Our team members also spend hundreds of hours each year supporting local charities and events through the Subaru Love Promise. That's the kind of people they are. We're very proud of them. They're your friends, they're your neighbors, they're glad to know you, and they want you to be glad to know them too. I'm Rob, and this is what makes us comfortable, not corporate.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, deep breaths and watch your speed. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So it's right here.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Josh Eldridge back with you from Kiger Stadium. The Klamath Falls Falcons splitting 2 games with the Eugene Challengers, falling in the first game 14-2. We'll talk about that a bit later on, but winning the nightcap 4-2 over the Challengers. For Eugene, 2 runs on 6 hits. 1 error for the Challengers. They left 4 runners on base in the game. For the Falcons, 4 runs on 6 hits, 3 errors. The Falcons left 5 runners on base in their first Area 4 league win of the season. Winning pitcher going the distance. Marcos Ulloa Ford going 7 innings, 6 hits, 2 runs. Neither of them earned, and he struck out 7. Losing pitcher is Kyle Miller. He also went the distance for the Challengers, working 6 innings. He allowed 4 runs. 3 of them earned, 6 hits. He walked 3 and struck out 4. Let's take a look at a couple of notables first for the Falcons. In this one, a 2-for-2 day for Mark Carpenter, scoring 2 runs in the process. A 1-for-2 day for Marcos Ulloa Ford with an RBI and 2 runs scored. Corbin Hamilton went 1-for-2, Colin Takini went 1-for-3, and Ian Meyer was 1-for-2. For the Challengers today, a 2-for-3 day for Peyton Tyner, a 2-for-3 day for Aiden Hazen, 1 hit for each Braden Rather, and Jalen Riddle. Your final line score, again, the Falcons defeating the Challengers in the nightcap 4-2 after losing the first one 14-2. Quite the turnaround for the Falcons, and they've got to feel good picking up their first Area 4 win of the season. As we take a quick look now at the standings as I try to make some sense of this, Medford is now in sole possession of first place in the conference. Eugene is now 6-2. Roseburg is 2-2 after defeating the Nuggets in the nightcap up at Legion Field tonight. They're 2-2 in Area 4 play. Klamath Falls is 1-1. Redmond remains 0-4, and the Grants Pass Nuggets improve a bit to 1-5 on the season. Klamath Falls has a couple of games in between now and our next broadcast. They'll play the Grants Pass Nuggets tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. in the Coach K Classic. They'll turn around and play at 1 o'clock against Chico. They'll play Fairfield, Reno, and Roseburg to close out the Coach K tournament before our broadcasts return on July 1st. When the Falcons travel to Eugene to Swede Johnson Stadium to finish out the season series with the Challengers. Then they'll visit Redmond on the 3rd. We'll be there for a doubleheader from Redmond High School before finally returning home to Kiger Stadium on July 8th for another Area 4 doubleheader. And we'll be on the broadcast for all Area 4 league games this season. So glad that you can join us for our first broadcast in the summer of 2024 from Kiger Stadium. Want to thank everybody who made today's broadcast possible, both head coaches being great to work with, Coach Ken Niles and Coach Pete Whistler of the Challengers and the Falcons. Of course, up here in the box with me, Mr. Mike Safford, making everything easy to work with on the broadcast, and of course, wishing you have a fantastic rest of your evening. Everything you need to know about the Klamath Falls Falcons is on mybasin.com/Falcons. Be sure you check it out. Updating stories, standings, schedules nightly on mybasin.com/Falcons. Final score one more time for you. In the first game, Eugene 14-2 over Klamath Falls, but the Falcons responding, splitting at home 4-2 over the Eugene Challengers. My name is Josh Eldred saying have a great rest of your Wednesday evening. And we'll see you back on Monday on mybasin.com.